You are listening to a recording from the sound archive of the Jung Center of Houston Bookstore and Library. For more information about the Jung Center, visit our website at www.junghouston.org or call us at 713-524-8253. This recording was originally made to audio tape and converted to digital format. It has two parts. Part 1.
When I first started work on these materials, I had no intention of going around the country speaking on this topic. I was really working out my own understanding of the wounding and healing of my own masculine and reflecting on the work I was doing with a lot of men, trying to heal the wounds in their masculine, and also working with a lot of women and trying to heal the wounds in their masculine. So it was a very practical thing for me, and it was out of that I first began to lecture and give workshops on this topic, but I find a lot of concern about this whole area around the country, and I'm happy to try to do my little bit toward enhancing some awareness and consciousness raising on these topics. Now, in the course of these 4 lectures, we're going to cover a lot of ground, and this one is, the initial one is one which we're going to have to go very fast, and so I ask you to bear with me, because we have to cover a great deal of material this morning. Let me just begin by saying a few words about the contemporary crisis in masculine identity. I think it's fair to say that never before in history has there been such a severe crisis for men. In the past, so much of masculinity has been unconscious and acted out that it created no conflict for men. They just unconsciously lived it out. Right? Same thing is true about femininity. I mean, gender and sexuality was primordial and unconscious and acted out, and there was very little ego awareness to reflect on these things. It was just seen as given. And of course, a lot of what came to be known as machismo or macho in masculinity was an aspect, and throughout much of the planet still is automatic and unconscious. But with the rise of increasing consciousness about the nature and dynamics of gender and sexuality and of sexual identity and of the what we might think of as healthy relationships between the sexes, there has been an increasing crisis here. And that is because through the leadership of insightful women, we have been made very aware of the demonic aspect of the masculine as it has played itself out so much throughout the history of the planet. And so machismo, which for so long was celebrated and strutted, has increasingly become discredited among conscious human beings. A very similar thing has happened to what is known, especially in feminist circles, as patriarchy. And that is to say, that there has been an intensive concentration of heavy artillery fire on the citadels of patriarchy. Very effective ones, I might add. And the whole imagery and rituals and accoutrements and mythology of patriarchy has begun to crack. Now, the problem for men that lies in this is that there has been a tendency to equate patriarchy and masculinity in these discussions. And there has been a great tendency among some feminists to assume that when the masculine achieves any kind of power, it always issues in the abuse of power characteristic of what is known as patriarchy. And so the solution that many put forth is that what we want to do is to disempower the masculine. That is, a powerful masculine is a dangerous masculine and is a problem to be gotten rid of rather than a resource to be drawn upon. Now, if you'll think about it a moment, you will realize that this cannot help but be a tremendous problem for men, especially young men and boys, who are trying to find something that would be for them authentic masculinity, something they could feel good about. And so when it is presented to them that the problems in the world are caused by there being too much masculine, and the solution is being a lessening of the masculine, and an assumption that any powerful masculine is by definition evil, then you can see how difficult this makes it for any uninitiated male, and by the same token, for the uninitiated masculine in any woman. What it really constitutes is a demonizing and a dehumanizing and a slandering of the masculine. And this is the situation that we encounter today. Now, I want to suggest at the outset here two theses that I assert whenever I speak about this. Number one, that with regard to this area of concern, the problem on this planet is not that there is too much masculinity, but that there is too much wounding of the masculine so that it fixates at immature levels of development at which it hates both masculine and feminine, and that it will abuse whatever power it can gain over others. So one of the things that we will be thinking about together during this week is trying to reflect on what constitutes a mature masculine. And many of us, I might say, could honestly say we never met one. See? So I want us to set as one of our agendas a reflection on what you would say. And so I'd like for you to spend some of your free time reflecting on this issue, thinking, did you ever meet any mature masculine energies? And if you did, what were they like? And your life, have you ever known men that you would consider really masculine? And think about the relationship you had with them if you didn't. And if you did. And if you didn't have this kind of relationship, think about the men in your life. And I recommend that all of you think about the men in your life, particularly during your developmental years. Did they attack the development of your masculine, or did they empower it? Were they taking great joy in the development of your powers, or were they castrating to you? And these are things we'll be working on and reflecting on together. And in the workshops, we'll have a chance to talk pretty honestly with each other about this, I hope. Now, one example of this, for example, that we can see is in gangs. For example, where I live in Chicago, we have tremendous problems with street gangs. And I think that it is possible to understand what I'm saying here by simply looking at the nature of the masculinity in the lives of young gang members. Their experience of the masculine has been, for the most part, absence, distance, or brutal violence. And the attractiveness of street gangs is quite simply that they present to young street gang members a promise of masculine initiation. They promise to make them into men. And I've spent some time recently in Illinois prisons. And it's quite clear to me that you cannot understand the prison system at all in this country if you do not understand it under the light of the wounded masculine. Because prisons are sacred space. And they, in that space, provide pseudo-masculine initiation for their inmates. We can talk more about this in our discussion. But the extent of antisocial masculine behavior in street gangs and in criminal behavior is not a result of too much masculinity at all. It's a result of the absent and or brutal masculine in the developmental lives of these young men. My second thesis is that we must learn to love and to be loved by the masculine in ourselves and in others. We must learn to stop slandering it and wounding it. We must learn to celebrate its strength, its power, and its potency. We must learn how to heal the masculine in ourselves and in others so that it can take its rightful place in the hieros gamos, the sacred marriage, the mysterium conjunctionis within. And so our task this week is to think together in as deep a way as we can about the wounding of the masculine in both men and women, how it happens. And if we're honest, to really to reflect on what happened to our masculine and how it happened, and to share that with each other and try to find a little healing, and to think then about resources we have for healing the masculine so that we can facilitate the presence of as much mature generative masculinity as we can on this planet so that we can have resources in that masculine potency for the regeneration of this ailing planet. This planet is not going to get much better fast when the masculine on this planet is as terribly wounded as it is now. Now, some of you were concerned earlier to have a little bit more discussion of the dynamics of transformation after one of the earlier lectures, and I wanted to introduce you briefly to that so that you can see why we would even want to talk about archetypes of the masculine in the context of healing. I mean, what has thinking about the archetypal masculine or the archetypal feminine, for that matter, got to do with healing anyway? Well, in the Jungian point of view, it has everything to do with healing, and let me just take you through this diagram very briefly in terms of the relationship between archetype and transformative process. Anytime we're talking about healing, we're dealing in terms of the tripartite schema that we can see under what Jungians call the archetype of initiation. The movement of transformation is from left to right. There is no schema, no archetypal pattern that is as helpful to us as understanding this one, because you can understand so much about what's going on with you and with others in various times in your life if you understand this. I recommend that you look at Joseph Henderson's book, Thresholds of Initiation. Joseph Henderson, the great senior Jungian analyst in San Francisco, has written a book on this. You all know Van Gennep's book, Rites of Passage. But this is the archetypal pattern underlying it. And I've done a great deal of work with the anthropologist Victor Turner. You may want to look at the chapter on sacred space and transformation in my book entitled Anthropology and the Study of Religion, which I lay this out in great detail. But in any way, the movement of transformation is from left to right. Phase one is when you need a deep change in your life. And you need this deep change either because it is a developmentally related change that is called for, such as adolescence, moving into young adulthood, or we talk about the midlife crisis. When you get to that midlife crisis point, you're right here approaching this threshold of transition. In other words, this is a diagram of all transition states that you may go through, and if you're getting ready to retire, for example, you're going to go through it again. When you cross the first threshold, it is a kind of death, and so what we're talking about here is really the archetype of death and rebirth. So this is a death moving from threshold over threshold 1. Phase 2 is the area of sacred space throughout history. This is what we talked about as sacred space. This is the tomb of the womb and the womb of the tomb. This is the belly of the great fish in Jonah. It is what Victor Turner called liminal, the liminal phase after the Latin limen or threshold. It is the space that you get into after crossing the threshold. If you've just had a divorce, you're in here. Really. If you've just had a death of a significant other, you're in here. If you've just started an affair, you're in here. If you've just found out that you have a severe illness, you're in here. If you're a man who has realized there's something terribly wrong in your life and that you're feeling empty, you're feeling depressed, you're feeling impotent, you're feeling out of touch with the springs of your life, you're in here. At least this is where you need to be. You may be trying to deny that you need to be in there and drinking a lot more. You know, you can watch people's alcohol intake and tell how much they're trying to avoid getting into this space. When you self-medicate yourself with Valium or alcohol or busyness, if you're like me, you tend to do it by workaholism. You're trying to stay out of the transformative space that you need to be in to deal with the transition that you need to be in. The ego wants to stay here. Please, Mr. Custer, I don't want to go. Right? The self wants you to give up and face what it is you need to face. After you have had time in the cooker, and when you get done, it's time to leave. Here again, a lot of the time people like to stay in here. It's warm in here. It's Woody Allen, you know, 25 years in Freudian analysis. I don't want to get out here. This is the person that was divorced, you know, and they're just not going to try it again. See? I'm not going to try to rebuild my life. I'm going to stay. I'm going to go to more group sessions. I'm going to stay. This is what I call chronic liminality, when you don't want to get out of this sacred space and go back to the world. See? And this is where you need a good spiritual director or a good pastor or a good analyst who will give you a little swift kick. Say, now it's time. You're cooked. You're done. It's time to go back and face the world again. So this is what, if you want to understand this thing, read Joseph Campbell's Hero with 1,000 Faces, because that hero cycle he talks about is archetypally this same pattern. And you're all living it right now. You're somewhere in here at various levels. So it is a return. The goal is to go into sacred space, contact the sacred, what you and I would call the archetypal realm, to be regenerated by this contact by the springs, with the springs of life, with the archetypal realm. And after this regeneration, come back to the world with your boon, with your elixir of life, with your renewed powers, to be in the world in a strong way, in a joyful way. So this is the process. Now, what's this got to do with the wounding and healing of the masculine? Well, it's the same thing that it has to do with any healing process. When a man experiences his masculinity as terribly wounded, or a woman her own inner masculinity terribly wounded, there needs to be a reconnection from a Jungian point of view with the deep masculine, with the deep structures of the masculine. Now, you know, this is one important difference between a Jungian point of view and, for example, a Freudian point of view. Because if you're a Freudian working with people, you do not assume that they have any deep masculine resources within to draw on for their healing. They're going to have to get it from you, the analyst. I couldn't work with a lot of the people I work with if I believed that. It's a Jungian believes that a person has deep structural masculinity within that can be contacted and can be allowed to renew and regenerate the wounded masculine that the person is experiencing. And so going into a sacred space, calling upon the deep masculine for purposes of regeneration and renewal is what we're talking about in this conference. And so this is the context for the whole discussion of the masculine I want to engage in with you. And so we would place the archetypal king and the archetypal warrior and the archetypal magician and the archetypal lover here in sacred space. They are deep structural realities within you. They are there for your empowerment and your healing. They are not there to possess you or to make you act them out unconsciously. And that's what we'll be working on as we go. So you've all heard about the necessity for a ego-self axis to develop as we move toward individuation. In this context, what we need to be clear about is that the self includes the potent powers of the archetypal masculine. And so if you're wounded in the masculine, when you form the ego self-axis, you're also forming a connection with the archetypal deep masculine that can heal you. Now, with that as an orientation, let me begin to talk about the first archetype that I want to share with you. And as you know our format, this lecture I'll talk about the king, the second lecture I'll talk about the warrior, the third, the magician, and the fourth, the lover. Now, at the outset, just let me say, one is not to be any of these things. One is to access them. The four archetypal realities in the psyche have a regulative function and must be working together. If there's an imbalance, there's where you get psychopathology. And we'll be thinking together about the relationship between them. But I want to get their distinctiveness out before you as we go. So I want to start with the archetype of the king. It's very difficult for us to imagine the numinous, you all know that word, sacred, powerful nature of kingship in the pre-modern world. Since the world has become so disenchanted and so lacking in numinosity for so many of us, it's difficult for us to have any grasp of the powerful personage of the ancient king. There was one really good book on this that I wanted you to have access to here at this conference, but it's out of print. But I want to recommend it to you. You may be able to find it from a friend or a library near you. It's John Perry's book, Lord of the Four Quarters. It is a study of sacral kingship, and I will be sharing some insights of Perry's with you in these next few moments. The sacred king in pre-modern cultures was a religious being, was a manifestation for the people of the sacred. The king had two fundamental functions in this time. First, according to Perry, the king embodied the life principle. The king embodied the life principle. His primary concern was to be an effective giver of livingness. Through him, the waters of life were to be made available to the realm. The images that are associated with the divine king in these cultures are two: the tree of life and the water of life. Here you see the embodiment of the king as the principle of potency and fertility. And if you study the history of sacred kingship, you notice that in some ways you can talk about kingship as a phenomenon always related to fertility. And so I want you to be thinking about creativity in relationship, creativity, productivity, generativity, nurturance, not feminine nurturance at all. This is not the king having developed his feminine. This is masculine nurturance. When the king, in this archaic realm, is centered in his essential nature, then everything thrives around him. This is the mythology. Everything thrives. The crops grow. The herds multiply. And get this, we'll look at a little bit of the shadow later on this. His wives give birth to many babies. The second thing that the king embodies in this ancient context is the principle of order. The cosmic principle of order. It is the king in this world who holds time and space together. Without him, the world would break into fragments. And I'm going to be talking about fragmentation and personality a little bit later. But without the king, fragmentation is everywhere. Chaos is everywhere. And so it is the king that embodies this cosmic order. Now, in different cultures it has different names, but it's the same idea. In Egypt, the concept was of Maat, M-A-A-T. In India, various conceptions, including the concept of Dharma. In China, the concept of the Tao. And you remember all those stories that are related to this archetype. For example, the story of the Rainmaker, which is really under this archetype. That is, when the Rainmaker comes to the country, everything is out of sorts, nothing is flourishing and everything, and he goes into his hut, and it rains. And they ask him what he did. Well, he went into the hut and he got centered in the Tao, and everything was righted. And so it rained. That comes off of the ancient archetype of the king, the sacred king, because when the emperor was right, when the emperor was what he was to be, essentially, everything righted itself around him. Now, you should be thinking about what happens when a man has lost his center. What happens in his business, what happens in his organization, what happens in his family. Think about that. So the king is the embodiment of correct order. He is essentially one with its source. He does not uphold justice so much with the sword as by being it. This is the archetype behind Solomon. This is the person who is the good king. The good king holds justice in the kingdom by living it, not by coercing it. And you study Taoism, and they always felt in Taoism that if the king had to coerce, there was something wrong with him and he needed to tend to his inner life. And the rule being that the more you have to coerce, it is a sign that you are out of touch with the center. And so the king is the center. The king is the center in a way that includes two important things. Now remember this, and I'm going to... At the center, you've been doing mandalas. The realm of the king is a mandala. Now, I can't draw circles, but this is supposed to be a circle. These are the four quarters. The palace of the kingdom is right here. The throne is right here. Now this should be thought of as three-dimensional. These are the lands of the realm, but it's also the place where the upper world, the human world, and the underworld meet. So the king is at the perfect center of the sphere. He is the center. Now, so what Mircea Eliade, if you haven't studied Eliade, that's another person you need to put on your reading list, E-L-I-A-D-E. When he talks about the sacred and the profane, he talks about the center of the world, the axis mundi. The world tree is here. For Christians, this is the cross. The cosmic tree, the tree of life is here. This is the navel of the universe where everything is centered and where regenerative powers flow. So at the center of sacred space is always the world navel. This is the Eucharist for Christians. The blood of Christ flowing into the world to redeem it and renew it. And the king is, at that point, in which this regenerative power flows. Outside the boundaries here is chaos, trying to break up the realm. The enemy is of the king, trying to break up the order and to bring death and destruction, and we would say today to bring depression. Okay. The fear of the king, whenever the king is afraid, is that the center will not hold. His job is to hold the center. We've been talking a lot about the center at this conference, and you need to meditate a lot about that in this context. Okay. So the good king, we're going to talk about the good king and the shadow side of the king, the shadow king. The good king operates always from the center, is in touch with the center, is in the Tao, we would say. In the old days in Christianity, we would say, he's right with God. Is thy heart right with God? It's the same idea. And because of that, the king orders the realm with a minimum, an absolute minimum of coercion. He orders the realm because he is so capable of idealization. That is, of letting people idealize him. He can be idealized by the people because he is closer to what he is essentially. This is one of the problems we'll talk about later about sons and their fathers, and daughters and their fathers. Some fathers are awfully hard to idealize enough. You've got to be able to idealize your father to a certain degree. Some fathers cannot carry that. But the good king is good enough. You know, we hear a lot about in Winnicott's work about good enough mothers. Well, we've got the good enough father. The good enough father can hold a child's or son's or daughter's idealization as the royal masculine. That's what it is. For a child, it's not ordinary masculine. It's the royal masculine. The good king can hold that, and because he can hold that, people want to be in the Tao, where he is. This king, this good king, and if I ask any one of you to sit down and think about it a little bit, you could draw me up a list of characteristics of a good king. You all know this good king. You're wired for him. You've got him inside. And whenever you see a story about a good king, that touches you very deeply because you know something about this good king. You might not admit it, but you do. This good king orders not to stifle creativity. He does not order to disempower the people around him. This king orders to facilitate creativity, not to stifle it. We can talk a little bit later in our discussion about how you can tell whether an executive is in touch with this part of himself or not. Because when an executive is out of touch with this part of himself, he has to be disempowering to his subordinates. He's only threatened by their powers and their gifts. He cannot take great pride in them. The good king always takes great pride in the power of those in his realm. Joyful. One of the characteristics of the good king is the depths of his joy in those around him. The joy he has in their well-being. He takes delight in the realm and everyone in it. He is a steward of the realm. And the much depreciated word husband comes from this. He husbands the realm in the best, deepest, loving, joyful sense of the word. When he is in his nature, in the Tao, in the Dharma, he is himself creative, he is potent, he is engendering, he is nurturant of creativity and potency in others, and his primary characteristic is in his empowering of all those beings around him. But we are actually more familiar with the Shadow King. The Shadow King is the king we find in Saul, in Herod, in Caligula, and in Joseph Campbell's image of the tyrant Holdfast. And I want quickly to talk about each of these in turn a little bit. You see, when the king has lost his own center and is not in the Tao, when he has not asked the question and gotten the right answer about whom he is to serve, then you get this ugly development that we have seen so often throughout history. He becomes very depressed.
This recording was originally made to audio tape and converted to digital format. It has 2 parts. Part 2.
Depression in anyone is a manifestation of the shadow side of the king, see, of problems in kingship whenever you get depression. Not only depression, but paranoia. Think about Saul. He really did not, in spite of the love he had for David, his own jealousy and fear and paranoia got the better of him. He began to focus more on the threat to him than on the promise of the young men around him. When he saw the potency and promise of David, he could only hate it, want to kill it, want to destroy it, want to cut it off. I hope you will see the movie about David the King that recently came out. You see a lot of these dynamics clearly in that movie. You see the difference in David in his attitudes toward Absalom. And you see how, even to the end, David wanted Absalom to have power. He did not ever let his paranoia and fear of Absalom make him want to kill Absalom. And even when Absalom was clearly a traitor to him, he never forgot that this is my son that I love. See? Now there is the good king in David, see, as opposed to this paranoid, depressed king in Saul. And look at Herod. Well, there's a lot of Herod in all of us. In fact, any time you start in entering a period of renewal in your life, look out, because the armies of Herod are going to be coming on. Because it is the mark of the shadow king that he hates new life. He hates creativity in others. He can't see it as something to be happy about. He sees it only as a threat. And so Herod the king, in his raging, comes to try to castrate everything promising in terms of the phallic creative powers of those around him. Kill all the little boy babies, you see. Kill all the little boy babies. And later we will want to talk about how the Herod in many a father makes war on the little boy baby in his son and the little boy baby in his daughter. Caligula is an image that if you have the stomach, you can look at. I'm not given to recommending X-rated movies, but I want to honor what Robert Johnson has shared with us in this previous lecture. It's extremely important. The only way to have any capacity to honestly confront the shadow is to look at shadowy things and ask, how is this in me? In the movie Caligula, or read the life of Caligula if you can't stand dealing with the truth in the movie, you see this shadow side of the inner king in its bold relief. The ruthlessness, the total lack of empathy, the total lack of feeling, the sadistic uses of power. The total abuse of sexuality to degrade and to exploit. And so all of these images of the shadow king are images of what Joseph Campbell calls the tyrant holdfast. The tyrant holdfast that's against all transformation. That tyrant will kill in order to keep new life from coming, because he fears his own lack of potency. He feels weak inside. And my argument to you is that any time you find this kind of masculine, you're not seeing a strong masculine, and it is completely inaccurate to talk about this as a strong masculine. This is a weak masculine. The man who lives his life like this is a man who is constantly in terror. He does not know any masculine strength. Now I want to talk a little bit about some contemporary manifestations of the king in different personalities. And here I want us to think, as analysts often have thought, about looking at the pathology of the king so you can get a sense for, in contrast, what the positive side is. First, I want to talk about the dynamics of what you might call usurpation, in which one over-identifies with the king, becomes possessed by this archetype. And secondly, the dynamics of abdication, in which you refuse to acknowledge this presence in yourself and you project it. First, let me talk briefly about the kinds of persons we find who have really become absorbed by this archetype. Now, the technical term for one form of this, there is a passive form and an active form of this. The first we know sometimes in psychopathology as the passive independent personality, but more recently we call it the narcissistic personality disorder. Now I want to describe this person, and you can think about manifestations of this that you know. In this type of personality that has identified with the king in the passive mode, you find that they always want to be adored. Their message to you in their interactions with you, whether you're their spouse or you're working with them, or if you're in their church or whatever, is venerate me. Your role is to venerate me. Idealize me. Do not see any faults with me at all. This person is very sensitive and easily hurt. Is very, very thin-skinned at imagined slights. Now you can see why. If you're the king, you can't understand why these commoners have the audacity to come up and mention some thread hanging out of your cloak as you're sitting there on the throne. Who do they think they are? When a man is possessed by this thing, he presents himself in all his relationships as God's gift to the world. Now think about the person. This is a very distinct syndrome. This is not all over the place. There are certain individuals that carry this. In Jungian terms, they're usually men who have had a very absent father emotionally, or a bad relationship with their father. They tend to be puers. They tend to be in an unholy alliance with their mother, in which they were decided to be the mother's champion, and so they're carrying the mother's unlived out animus aspirations, and they believe they're great. And if you don't think they're great, their response to you is, it's really sad how you lack perception. So either you mirror them and mirror their greatness. Yes, you are really great. I see your beauty and your intelligence and your majesty. Or you're cut off. You may think you're in a relationship with such a person, but you're not really. There are many marriages with this type of person, and the person that's married to them thinks they're in a relationship, but they're really not in a relationship with them. They are one of the peasants in the realm to serve the king. See? Very typically we get the marriage of this type of personality, a narcissistic personality disorder, and a dependent personality who projects her king on him. See? Totally denies her king, projects it on him, and then her inner king is real angry about this, and then she becomes a incredible genius at passive aggression. So her inner king comes out through passive modes, and we'll talk more about that in a minute. She has abdicated her kingship. So this person seeks to be idealized by others and to be mirrored by others. Now, mirroring is an important concept to get hold of. I don't have enough time really to go into it as deeply as I would like, but when you're developing as a small child, you need somebody you can idealize. You need to be able to idealize your father, and you need to be able to idealize your mother. And you need both your father and your mother to mirror you and see your greatness. See your potential greatness, and to celebrate it. Oh, yeah. And if you don't get that, then you end up often like this personality. Now, if a person is very gifted, has a high intelligence when constitutionally, they can go far in this mode. Because so many of us have the king in the shadow that somebody comes along and says, and we have this It's a knee-jerk response. If somebody presents themselves like that and your king is in the shadow, you'll go to your knees. Oh, my Lord. Think about it. Look around at people's behavior. You notice it. And so if the person has really got a lot of intelligence, they'll go far. A lot of surgeons are in this thing. A lot of MDs. A lot of clergy. A lot of big executives. Now, if you're not very gifted, you'll burn out real soon and become a substance abuser. But because you can't stand the pain of not having people mirror you and think you're great. But if you've got enough talent to be mirrored and people tell you you're great, then you'll just go right on till you get in your late 40s. And then it all begins to crack. And then the surgeon begins to be a substance abuser. Or a wife abuser. Or whatever. Because this is an unstable organization in personality. It's not stable. It looks stable. It's a bogus center. This person is not centered. There's no ego-self axis. There is no ego-king axis. This person thinks he's the king. This person, for all practical purposes, is the king. Now, there's an active form of this that you've all seen too, especially those of you that grew up like I did in Southern culture. This is the king of the mountain version of this. It's not passive independent, it's active independent. It's what we know as the aggressive personality. It has a lot of traits of sociopathy. This person often was more abused in childhood than the other type. This boy has been mistreated more. This person is not assertive, this person is aggressive. Their motto is, do it to others before they do it unto you. And they do. And if you are not alert, they will do it to you. Several times. In quick succession. Whether you're a male or a female. Their message to you, and this is the message of the shadow side of the king, is bend over. That's their message to you. It is an ancient primate. If you go to the zoo, you notice this. It's a regressive, I'm serious, it's a regressive primate behavior which is regressive in its attempt to dominate and use power over. Everything is reduced to a power struggle for this individual. They are the master of the preemptive strike. Now, if you think about it, you know a lot of people like this. If you've got eyes to see, there are a lot of them around. A lot of them around. A lot of them in sports. A lot of our beloved coaches are in this organization. And they use sports to sort of regulate it. And we project this part of ourselves on sports figures and relate to them this way in order to regulate that in us, because it's so frightening. This is an ugly character if you have eyes to see it. And if you want to talk about your shadow, you've all got a little bit of this in you. And the less aware you are of it, the more dangerous it is, because you need to have people carrying it for you, and they will be only too happy to. If you're a male who's easily bullied, or a woman who is easily bullied, you're projecting this thing. Okay. This person has no trust. This is paranoid. And so my use of power is a paranoid use of power. See? And this is where you've got the identification with the king and the shadow mode and its aggressive expressions. This is the king in his role as leader of the armies against the enemies of the king. This is archetypal, and it picks up on the warrior, which we'll talk about more next time. But let me talk now about, I'm running out of time, I need to talk about abdication. Now you all know a little bit about puers and puellas. Well, puers find a way to abdicate the throne, the appropriate throne. And will project this onto others. So as I've already said, one of the things you see, the dependent personality type, they are constantly denying that they have any of this in them at all. So the king is in the shadow of the dependent personality. It is projected and hated. We talk about authority problems of young men. When a young man has a problem with authority, what's happening is he is denying this part of himself and he's projecting it. And very often he's never had an experience with a man that he can idealize enough to feel comfortable with that man having authority with him. So in other words, usually when a young man has a problem with authority, it is because he has only experienced a brutalizing, sadistic masculine or an absent, weak masculine, neither one of which could hold his idealization and make him want to give that man authority. So there's the passive dependent personality. There's also what we call the active dependent personality, or the histrionic personality. Now this is your person who used to be called the hysteric. We used to call this the hysterical personality. You've seen this type of person a lot of the time. They're the person that is always flitting from person to person trying to find the right one. You know, at parties, they're the one that's standing there talking to you. You think they are until you notice that they're not looking at you. They're looking for somebody more powerful than you, or more beautiful than you, or more interesting than you, or more something than you. And you know that it's in a moment when they find that person, they're going to be gone, because they never really established eye contact with you. This person is looking for the center. They don't have it. It's out there. And you, since you're so ordinary, do not measure up, because they're not looking for an ordinary center. They're looking for the archetypal center, which could make them feel centered and whole and regenerated. Anytime you find a person who is a histrionic personality, this is the person that has many relationships but none are deep, a succession of failed relationships, you've got the person who is totally out of touch with this deep-centered aspect of themselves. No sense of their own inner center, looking for the center out there. So that's one of the dead giveaways. Anytime you see somebody placing the center outside, they're out of touch with this archetype. They do not have a conscious connection with it. Then we get to the compulsive personality. I know there are none of those here. No workaholics in this room, except me. This is mine. Now, the compulsive personality, you can tell he is out of touch with the center because he vibrates so much. Did you ever notice that, of compulsive? You never have any sense that they're calm, right? They're busy. They're doing. It's almost like if they can get it right, then there will be calm. They've got to construct a center, right? They've got to construct an order. They are not the order. They are not deeply rooted in fundamental cosmic order, they're scared things are going to get out of hand, you know. So they work. But you have this sense of being unsettled. Did you ever notice when you're eating with a compulsive how you get indigestion? I'm serious. Did you ever notice that? Think about it, you know, I mean, back before I was engaging in my version of what Robert was talking about, trying to get in touch with my shadow, I just kept on wondering why the food was so bad at all these restaurants where I ate with people. They kept getting indigestion. Then there's the thing we call the passive-aggressive personality, the negativistic personality, the active ambivalent personality. This is a person, you may have met one or two in your church and other places. This is the person that has very little impulse control and is always expecting that they're going to be disappointed. There is practically no order in their life, and they act out their anger a great deal of the time. There is no sense of order, and this person, contrary to the compulsive believes that he can create order. At least he keeps trying. The passive-aggressive personality doesn't really feel that he can create it. So he's just going to protect himself. There's no center, there's no order, there's nobody that really wants to be empowering for this person in his mind. So it's a totally defensive posture. It's sort of a smaller version of that paranoid king. Except whereas the paranoid king has got a lot of power and the king is on the top of the mountain, top of the heap, this person is at the bottom of the heap, has had too many experiences with those paranoid kings, and thinks that the only kind of person, only kind of man with power is that kind of king. And they believe that they're never going to be anything else. And so they live out of this defensive posture, always running, always negative, always suspicious, always paranoid. And of course the type that you see this loss of the center in most clearly is what we call the borderline personality. The borderline personality is a personality type that you should learn about. It's increasing exponentially in our culture because of the failures in the family. And because of current failures in the family, we're going to see more and more of it, especially because of absent masculine and abusive masculine. You see increasingly these personalities which have no inner locus of control at all. They're all over the place. They usually are into substance abuse. They're usually self-destructive. They cannot control their anger. They cannot control their sexuality. They live acting out a great deal of the time. At one moment they will love you and idealize you. The next moment they will hate your guts and you will be the devil. And you will notice this oscillation. So whenever you see a personality that oscillates with wide mood swings, and at one moment you're beloved and the best thing that ever happened, and the next moment you are the devil and can't be trusted at all, you probably are dealing with a borderline personality, and parishes are full of them. And increasingly we'll be more and more full of them because we are turning them out in droves in our family life now. Because if there's no center, no empowering, engendering center in a family, there is no center to introject. A person has to have some deep center in its environment to introject, to form that center within. If there's none around, you don't get an inner center. You've got to find it some other way. So all of these forms, and I wish I had more time to go into them more deeply with you, but I don't, But all of these forms lack the key is they lack a coherent sense of the self as centered. And a mark of that issues in their alienation from others. None of them have good relationships with other people. There's very little capacity for empathy. They are lacking in love. When they have power, they abuse it. If they don't have power, they are abused by it because of their vulnerability. I really appreciated what Robert said earlier about this thing about being vulnerable. We have touted vulnerability as a virtue. It is not a virtue. It is a result of projection of one's own strength onto somebody else. So these types of personalities, all of them in their subtle different ways, are constantly threatened by fragmentation. In other words, the cosmos is always threatening to come apart. The inner cosmos as well as the outer. And they tend to be inhibited in creativity. So as Freud said, a healthy personality can love and work. And when a man is out of touch in an appropriate way with this kind of archetypal reality, he can neither really love nor really work in a productive way. And then in closing, let me remind you the goals for a man in this and for a woman in her inner masculine is not to be the king, but to access this archetypal reality as needed. To be able to develop an axis, a connection with this archetypal reality so that one can draw upon the virtues of this psychological reality, the spiritual reality. It's not to identify unconsciously with this reality or become possessed by it, because when you're possessed by it, you act out upon people either in that passive way or that active way that we talked about. And the goal is certainly not to shut this part of you away into the shadow and project it onto others, thereby abdicating your own responsibilities, denying your own center, and also making yourself and others vulnerable to the abuse of power. The goal is to participate in the centeredness of this archetypal king, to connect with his creativity, his forces of renewal, to participate directly in his loving ordering, to participate directly, deeply within you in his calmness, and to issue forth in your life generativity through the powers that you connect with through him. Now that is what I have to say at this time about the king. We have a few moments. How long do we have, Jim? Okay, let's open this up now and let's discuss this some. We'll have time in other discussion periods to elaborate, because as I've pointed out to you, all of these archetypal realities must interact in a man's personality or in a woman's masculine, or you get problems. Yes?
Do you see a relationship between the shadow of the good king and Freud's concept of the superego?
Between the shadow king and the superego, I think that you might argue that in this way. That's an interesting insight, because the thing about this, you're talking really about the sadistic superego. The sadistic superego in a person is that part that doesn't want you to be creative. In other words, anytime you do something really creative or really you start becoming, it's safer not to be a success. Really. Nothing more dangerous to getting to be a success, because when you get to be a success, this part, the sadistic superego in Freudian terms, comes on, And it would be the Herod. See? It would be the part of you that says, how dare you do this? You should be cut off. And I see so many people that engage in undoing behaviors when they have been successful. They will have an accident. They will get sick. They will get into some kind of mischief to spoil it. It's very common. Why do you think so many really creative people commit suicide? It's this part of their personality. And so that's an interesting insight.
I was thinking, too, that it might have something to do with the super-ego sort of introjecting the conventional values of society and therefore being desperately afraid to confront those, or they're being played out in an unconscious way, which would really tend to separate and sever.
Right. Right. Well, conventionality is always the enemy of creativity because it threatens. And that's the king who's not very mature. You know, he's always got his mind on the things that are going to come apart. I'm not going to be able to hold this together. You know, if anybody rocks the boat, chaos will reign. So don't anybody have any ideas. Okay? When we have a board meeting, you people shut up and let me talk. Happens all the time in business. And there are companies that are going under because they have CEOs who are into this organization and don't know it. Because their subordinates know what the king needs to know, but they know that if they tell him, they're going to get sacked. It happens in NASA all the time. Really. Other comments and questions? We got a few minutes. Back here.
Would you comment a little further on the vulnerability is not a virtue and it's a result of projection of one's own strength on someone else?
Yes. Well, we have tended to confuse sensitivity and vulnerability. If you work with battered women much, you're not going to be touting vulnerability as a great virtue. Because they've been vulnerable. And what did it get them? See? I really recommend that you think very deeply today and tonight about what Robert was saying about taking care of yourself in relationships. Don't get hurt. You're going to inevitably get hurt some. But you're not doing the people you love a favor when you put your inner knight, and we'll talk about the inner knight. When you put that inner knight outside and lock the door and you say, okay, come on, rape me. Well, the inner knight does not need to be locked out. And when somebody wants to abuse their privileges with your soul, the inner knight should be there to take care of you. And this is a problem because, see, if you don't understand this, then you're contributing to another person's inability to deal with their shadow. If you don't call people on their desire to act out violence upon your body and your soul, then you're contributing to it in a masochistic way. And masochism is no virtue. And this is a touchy issue, but today we've got to face up to it. There is within every one of us, and we'll get to this tomorrow night, there is within every one of you a warrior who knows what he's doing and who is there to protect the vulnerable sides of your soul so that you're not devastated unnecessarily. And so that's a whole, we can get more into that tomorrow. Okay, thank you very much.
You are listening to a recording from the sound archive of the Jung Center of Houston Bookstore and Library. For more information about the Jung Center, visit our website at www.junghouston.org or call us at 713-524-8253. This recording was originally made to audio tape and converted to digital format. It has 2 parts. Part 1.
In the first lecture, of course, we talked about the king, and tomorrow morning we will be discussing the magician, the magus, and in the final lecture on Friday we'll be talking about the lover. Tonight I'm speaking on the warrior, and probably there's no other more controversial topic than talking about the archetype of the warrior and suggesting that if we're going to understand the deep roots of the masculine, and if you notice when I speak of these sorts of things, I'm really limiting myself to things that I consider the roots of the mature masculine. So I'm really suggesting that the mature masculine, the masculine potential, can be seen in these images of king, warrior, magician, and lover. And I've not talked about some of the other images of the masculine that are less mature. So I'm arguing that in every mature man and in every mature person whose masculinity is developed, there is a manifestation of the warrior. Now, there's a lot of material on this, a lot more than we have time for, so I'm going to go sort of fast, and I hope to leave time tonight for us to... We didn't get much time to discuss after the last lecture, so I hope to leave some time for us to discuss any questions and comments and reflections you had about the king as well as this one tonight. So let's proceed. You know, there was a time, in fact, most of the history of the Christian faith, in which images of the warrior were seen to be quite compatible with Christianity and with Christian faith. You need only to read your Bible to see how prevalent this image of the warrior is in Judeo-Christian history. You have, of course, the often militant God of the Old Testament. And you have images of Jesus the warrior, who is very fiery when he cleanses the temple, etc. You have those strange comments where Jesus says that he has not come to bring peace but a sword. And those comments, which clearly are related to this kind of archetype, where he says, anyone who loves mother or father more than me is not worthy of me, which is a kind of a militant vision for his followers. And of course, in the book of Revelation, which we who do not want to deal with this archetype try to stay away from, in the book of Revelation, this archetype is very dominant, and quite clearly the Lord of history is presented as a mighty general leading legions in the liberation of the creation. And of course this became very much a part of Christian ideology and Christian practice and Christian thought during the Middle Ages and the medieval period. And of course in the Crusades we see that. And later on tonight I'm going to be talking about how if you're going to discuss the archetype of the warrior, you have to address the archetype of holy war. And if we're going to get any sense for this at all and the way this operates, we're going to have to think about that as well, because that is the kind, a warrior makes war. So we'll be talking about that later as well. We have images of the church militant. Liberal Christians that are embarrassed about the way this archetype has been so present in Christian history, they cannot stand to remember the days when people without embarrassment sang "Onward, Christian Soldiers," marching as to war. But nevertheless, that has been done, and if you study the 19th century, the great militant expansion of Christianity, you will find very much this archetype operating in the powerful expansion of Christianity throughout the world, and it was one of the engines which drove the vast missionary work of the 19th century. And you all, just like I do, get your letters from the Salvation Army every year asking for contributions. And of course, in spite of the contemporary attempts to sort of make fun of that on the part of upper middle class Christians, the fact of the matter is that this archetype was present in the kind of powerful creativity and religious ferment in the 19th century that really gave rise to this. If I had time, I would talk about the history of the Jesuits and other militant religious orders in Christianity who have historically operated out of this. And we perhaps can talk about this in our discussion, some of the other things that come to your mind about this. But clearly, in Christian history, this archetype has been present, and today it has become very discredited, and we have a lot of people who would like to completely exorcise all references to this image and this archetype from everything having to do with Christian culture and indeed having to do with human culture. There are a lot of people who would just like to bury this thing. And that's where we Jungians are sort of a fly in the ointment. Because as you've heard a number of times already during this week, you don't get rid of archetypes. You try to get rid of them, suppress them, repress them, excise them, cut them off. They simply go underground, where they come out, as it has been pointed out to you in lectures by other lecturers, where these archetypes come out in a more primitive form. So our task tonight, and in our discussions, is to think together about what this archetype is about. I mean, what is this thing doing in the psyche? I mean, what is it for? And is there anything about it that is not simply an evolutionary vestige, which we ought to try to get rid of? And so that's what we're going to be thinking about tonight. I often trouble people a great deal when I point out to them the extent to which human beings love war. And that is one of the embarrassing things. If you study human history, you find that by and large, war has been a very popular thing with human beings. Not just with men, although men love it dearly. Now, they will tell you in their more pious moments that they don't. But, you know, if you ever get together with a bunch of men who were veterans, and you let them get to talking about their experiences, particularly, for example, in the World War II, it's a very interesting phenomenon. You find that for many men still living, veterans of the conflict of World War II, that their experiences as soldiers in World War II was the most meaningful time of their lives. It's when they felt the most alive, when they had their most intense experiences, when they felt most like men, and felt their life to have the most significance. It's a very, very common kind of thing to find this. And you all have relatives or friends that you have noticed that when they get to telling war stories, it quickly takes over. And they just want to keep on telling war stories until everybody gets bored. They kind of absent themselves, but there's something that has its own inner momentum about this. Well, we kind of try to keep that out of the center of our consciousness. We don't like to pay too much attention to that, even though it's a reality. It's interesting. You even talk, there's been much said about Vietnam War vets, and we can talk more about them later tonight, and we really should speak about the Vietnam War veterans. But you talk to, I was just speaking just this week with a psychologist who was a Vietnam War veteran. And we were speaking about this topic. And he was reflecting that even in his experience in Vietnam, that as he looks back on it in the light of what I was talking about, he realizes that he never felt closer to men than during the time he was in Vietnam. And he never felt the intensity of love for and by other men before or since than he felt there in Vietnam. There are a couple of scenes in movies that get at this, and also that are very embarrassing to people when they see them. One of them was in the movie Patton. And if you've seen the movie Patton, you'll remember this particular scene. You probably got it in your mind now. It's when George C. Scott as Patton is looking out over this battlefield. He surveys it, all the carnage, the smoke, the burned out tanks. And he says, "God, I love it so." And you're already thinking of the other movie and the other scene that I'm going to mention. And that scene from Apocalypse Now. Those of you that haven't seen Patton or Apocalypse Now need to get your trusty VCR out. I'm going to sell you one of those things. You think I had a commission? If you're going to take archetypal psychology seriously, you got to get one of those things. So you can look at movies. Because these movies just hit you in the face with the archetypes. Okay, Apocalypse Now. There's this scene in Apocalypse Now where Robert Duvall is an air cav officer, colonel, and he has a squadron of helicopters that are coming in to raid a village. And he has gradually really gotten into this, raiding villages. I mean, there's just something that appealed to him about this. And he had wired these helicopters for sound with loudspeakers so that he could play very loudly as they approached the villages. Wagner, the Flight of the Valkyries. And so there's this scene where, I don't know whether any of you have ever heard what one of those choppers sounds like when it's making its approach, a strafing approach. But that's terrifying. Just one chopper making an approach is terrifying in its sound. But here's a whole squadron of them coming in low. Wagner, Flight of the Valkyries playing at the top. They come in on their raid. They strafe the village, bomb it, napalm it. And after everything is really destroyed and burning and in flames, they land. Duval walks around, struts around, I should say. And he comments about how much he loves the smell of burning napalm. See? How much he loves the smell of burning napalm. Now, that turned the stomach of a lot of people who saw that movie, who were not aware of the effects on human beings of what they used to call in the ancient world the god of war. When the god of war is constellated, there is a joy in violence and destruction. And we need to look very closely at the archetypal roots of this thing. We will talk a lot more about the destructive side, the shadow side of this thing. But let's think together. I want you to take just a moment now to think about the warrior and to think about what traits have to be developed in a person for them to have an initiation as a warrior. So just think about that a moment now. What do you have to do in order to create a warrior? Now, ancient tribes were very, very sophisticated in warrior making. And all that stuff we used to laugh about in the Western movies about war dances and everything that's a reference to ritual processes which were very serious and had a very specific purpose, and the purpose was the creation of warriors. Now, we have in our own military similar ritual processes which have the same purpose. So, what has to be done in order to create a warrior? Let me just let some of you respond to that, because you're already onto it. Just raise your hand and comment. What would you say? What has to be done to create a warrior? Yes?
Discipline.
One of the most important things. Now I want you to keep this. Every time you get one of these, I want you to flag it away. Put it up on so you can keep it in vision. Discipline. Now, the uninitiated has to learn the deep importance of discipline, because the uninitiated male, the puer we might say, thinks discipline is only something that synexes have in mind just to cause him trouble. there's no real purpose for discipline. It's just something that fathers or other people in authority do just to be abusive. And so one of the things that the initiate into being a warrior has to learn is first what it means to know discipline, and then he has to experience why it is important, why discipline is important. And we'll be talking a lot more about this when we start looking at personalities and thinking about this particular virtue. What else has to be created? Yes?
Separation from women.
Separation from women. Now, when we get to discussing, we've got into this yesterday about female warriors and male warriors, and so forth. But one of the things which is characteristic in any case is that the relationship with the other sex is radically changed. Radically changed. And the form this takes is separation from families and especially the other sex. Now, there are reasons for that we'll be thinking about. But that's clearly one of the things, to get your mind off of personal attachments. Now think about that. To get your mind off of personal attachments. Here already you're getting a clue to what this archetype is about. Because one of the things which we will discover as we circumambulate this thing is that this archetype does not serve personal attachments in any way. So you're going to have to get to the point in a minute where you're going to tell me what kind of attachments it does serve. But anyway, back here in the back. Duty. Duty. Now you just answered the question, didn't you? Okay, so personal attachments are severed. This is a part of the stripping process of the old self. See, when you enter into this initiatory process, into being initiated as a warrior, the old self has to be stripped. What is stripped is personal attachments. And a new kind of attachment is brought before the initiate. And that is an attachment to the duty of the warrior, the duty of, in our Western tradition, the knight. And this is a duty to something that is public and is far beyond any personal concerns or agendas that he might have. It is a higher commitment. Okay, what else? And we'll get more into that in a minute. Yes?
Physical prowess.
Okay, physical prowess, physical culture. Now, one of the things that you're going to want to think about as you think about this archetype of the warrior is the way in which, now think these words, discipline, physical prowess. This almost sounds like a yoga. Well, it in fact is related to a yoga. And for the person who is really into this archetypal human form, it is a spiritual thing. You cannot understand the commitment of a man who is really into the military way if you don't understand that for him it is a yoga. And it takes his whole being. So physical prowess is related to learning all of the techne which is required for this person to discharge his duty. Now, this techne, the use of the sword and its equivalents. We're going to be talking about the sword in a little bit. But the sword and its equivalents is extremely important. But physical prowess and prowess with other instruments, other weapons, other things that are extensions of his ability to discharge his duty. Yes?
Strategy. Capacity to strategize.
Okay. He's got to study the capacity to strategize, Ted says. And, in other words, notice. Now, remember in the last lecture we were talking about the king. When the king is in that center position on the throne, this is not an active, extroverted movement out. The king on the throne orders by sitting still. In fact, there are some tribes in which the king was never allowed ever to leave his hut. But in this one, you get this sense of movements, the necessity of planning strategy and tactics in leading campaigns to get somewhere, to meet the enemy, etc. So that's right, back here. Yeah.
To kill or to maim the enemy without thinking about it, to make it an involuntary action or reaction.
Yes. In other words,
That was one of the ultimates.
yes. In the initiation of the warrior, there is a pressure on the initiate to learn to kill or to engage in violence for what was deemed by his army to be a justified cause without letting one's emotions, personal feelings, human feelings, get in the way. Tender feelings. We'll see when we start talking about the shadow of the warrior. In a few moments we'll be getting at how quickly that thing deteriorates. Yeah.
The handing over of one's free will. Militarization is not necessarily, is it synonymous with warrior?
Say that again,
The
Luke.
process of militarization is not necessarily synonymous with the making of warrior,
Yes.
the handing over of one's free will.
Right. Okay. You can be, for example, now one of the things we want to think about in a little while is my lie. And they'll get into those issues then. Yes.
In modern military, at least, initiation involves removing individual traits shown by the haircut and the uniform.
Yes. This is a part, did you hear that? In the modern military, he says that the removal of individual traits in the initiatory process, such as the cutting of the hair and the wearing of the uniform. You see, now this, remember the diagram I put on the board? The tripartite phase? This going over the first threshold in all ancient forms of initiation included stripping all individual characteristics. And if you study Aboriginal initiation, or if you study other forms of primitive initiation, you'll find that things are done to render them uniform, to take away that personal association. And so there's an expression of the vestiges of ancient ritual processes of initiation in this common haircut. The removal of those individual traits. Yes.
Dehumanize the enemy.
To dehumanize the enemy. That is to say your cause is presented to you in such a way, and your people is presented to you in such a way that the enemy, that the humanness of the enemy is not emphasized. This is true. This is true archetypally for human beings. Whenever there seems to be an archetypal need for an enemy, and Anthony Stephens gets into this in his book on archetypes. But there is a dehumanization of the enemy. Yes, Michael.
Nobody said anything about the inculcation of courage.
Courage as a virtue. That's one of the most important things that is attempted to be instilled, because the tendency is to save oneself, of course, the personal thing, and the attempt is made to socialize the individual into a point of view in which they're willing to give their life for the larger group. Yes?
Isn't that something like they go into the battle already dead, that kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like to give up your life.
And you can see that archetypally. She says that's like going into the battle already dead. That is sort of the attitude which one hopes to generate in these things. You hear that even in Kierkegaard. You know Kierkegaard's Night of Faith. In Kierkegaard, the great Danish theologian's writings on the Night of Faith, you get this part of this archetype expressed, and that is the living as if you're already dead. The attempt to live as if you're already dead, which means that you no longer are so fearful of your personal death. Okay, what else would you add? Yes?
Fostering of Spartan values.
Fostering of Spartan values. Now again, one of the things that you can see here is the closeness of the military ideal, the warrior archetype, to ascetic tradition, other ascetic traditions. Spartan ideas, that you do not get so interested in comfort. You do not need a lot to live. And you know your commandos and like figures in the military are trained to be able to be dropped in any of the most remote or any of the most dangerous parts of the globe with very limited supplies, and to be able to survive and not to complain about this. So it's very Spartan virtues, very ascetic kind of attitude toward life. Okay? Yes?
Fostering anger. No one is going to fight someone else just because they're dehumanized. They have to be convinced he's a real son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm. In other words, there's usually in these initiatory processes a whooping up of the hatred for the other tribe and a recounting of their atrocities. Right. Right. Yes.
Esprit de corps.
Yes, esprit de corps. And what role would you say that plays?
Pride of identification with a body, a unit.
And why would one want the pride of identification with a body, a unit, through esprit de corps? Why would one want that?
I think the German word is Bruderschaft. I think that's what comes along there. The gathering of blood brothers, on bonding, male bonding.
The gathering of blood brothers, male bonding. And why would you want that?
Teamwork, team loyalty.
Teamwork and team loyalty. See, that's very important. And that is to say, one of the things that they point out to the young initiate is we don't want any heroes. That is to say, we don't want you being the Lone Ranger. We want you doing your work as a part of this team. And this is the difference between the archetype of the hero and the archetype of the warrior. And they are superficially similar. But the warrior is not the same thing as the hero. In my book, and we can discuss this in our discussion, in my book, the hero is really an archetype of immature masculinity. And a warrior fully developed has some sense of not grandstanding. So, yes?
Wouldn't he have to be willing to die instantly for his comrades, though, should that come up? I mean, wouldn't he need to be able to do that as fast as he could kill somebody else?
The willingness to die for some transpersonal cause. That's right. Right. Okay. Well, we could go on and on and on with this, but I want to move on since our time is limited. But you get some sense, and I recommend that in understanding this thing that you just study boot camp and study the kind of training that is given to Green Berets or Rangers or other very specialized troops and reflect on this stuff archetypally, because the archetypes are just operating there and you can see the thing in action. But you've noted a number of these things. The things that you can see so clearly are the heavy emphasis on seriousness, on duty, on focus, on discipline, on courage, on the cutting off of personal ties, even the cutting off of feelings of affection and eros and connectedness, sometimes even cutting off the feelings of what I call species identification. You just don't identify with the species, you identify with your tribe, and that's very much present. I mean, a part of it. Now, you can see then the way this particular archetype functions in human beings that are not in the military. I mean, this is one of the things you see. You see this thing through the military, but you also see this very same archetype operating in artist, a real artist. Now, I make a distinction between a real artist and a dilettante. See? And I include within that the writer, the painter, the sculptor, the musician. One of the things that you will notice, and see the culture where you can see how close, how much at the heart of the life of the artist this particular archetype is in Japan. Study the life of Yukio Mishima, and you will get a lot of insight into this kind of thing. But let me just point out to you. When a person is really committed to his art or her art, there is a lot of this very self-same expression of the human present. You will notice, for example, look at Picasso and think of a number of other people who you may know personally and look at their lives. The radical capacity to focus, the radical capacity to serve this end which is not personal, the radical capacity to cut off relationships in the service of the commitment, and so on and so on and so on. This is one kind of expression of it. You have to look in human experience to see what happens when this particular thing is not constellated at all. See, we're familiar with the literalization of this particular archetype. We see it in the movies, we see it acted out. But this thing is an archetype which is the archetype underlying men's experiences of duty, discipline, transpersonal commitments, capacity to focus on task without getting lost in personal kinds of commitments. This is one of the things which is absent in contemporary society in what we call yuppiedom. See? Yuppies have a certain kind of commitment, but it's not really to anything beyond themselves. See? And they do not have the kind of commitment, for example, to a profession which leads them to serve, for example, medicine as a profession rather than as a business. And this is one of the things which we're seeing today. Let me let you think a minute about the 60s as an example for this kind of thing.
This recording was originally made to audio tape and converted to digital format. It has 2 parts. Part 2.
In the 60s, we saw a constellation socially of the archetype of the warrior in American culture. Heavy constellation of this archetype. And the interesting thing was the way this thing expressed itself. Because it expressed itself in all sorts of different social forms. John Kennedy, of course, was sort of possessed by this whole Camelot business. And we need to think together about the way this thing influenced what happened in the 60s. The Peace Corps was operating out of this archetype. When you compare the 60s to the present, you can tell how much less this thing is constellated now in our society. Young people today are not really militant about much of anything. See? But in the 60s, it was really very interesting. The archetype of the warrior was the archetype, interestingly, operating underneath the militancy of the civil rights movement. Okay. There was, in many places, the church militant. And you had a lot of very interesting expressions of the archetype of the warrior in social action in those days. The war on poverty. Oh, I'm serious. Think about it. The war on poverty. The whole drive of those of us in the 60s who really were deadly serious about changing the world. Deadly committed to it. Spartan, willing to live a Spartan lifestyle in order to further it. Committed to a higher sense of duty. Willing to be killed in the service of this cause. I don't know how many marches any of you were in the 60s, or how many times you got gassed. See? Or how many times you were marching in civil rights marches or whatever, but there were a lot of young people and older people that were. And this is the archetype that was constellated. It wasn't the king. It wasn't the magician. And it wasn't the lover. This is the one it was. And the interesting thing is the way in which the constellation of this archetype in the society and the culture and the consciousness of the 60s so quickly turned into a literal expression in the Vietnam War. It's really intriguing the way in which both the leaders of the military in the Vietnam War and the leaders in the anti-war movement were operating under the same archetypal organization. Now you see this, I teach in theological education, and anybody in higher education is very aware of the shift in archetypal configurations that has occurred since the 60s. Because duty is not a word that you ever hear in higher education now. And careers in anything which would promote a Spartan style of life or an ascetic style of life are not preferred careers. You don't major in those things anymore like you did in the 60s. It's a very intriguing thing. The Peace Corps has become a very small operation with very little appeal. See? And so, what I'm saying to you tonight is that this archetype of the warrior, certainly it's something that we have known mostly in the way we reflect on it, mostly in literalizations, but it is something which is a psycho-spiritual reality without which you begin to get people who do not have the capacity to focus, who do not have the capacity to give their life to something. It's amazing working with young people now. It's the striking thing. In the 60s, you had young people saying, I'm going to find out what needs to be done, and I'm going to organize and set it, and we're going to find a way to do it. This was particularly true in seminaries. You used to see this a lot. I'm going to find a new way to minister, and I'm going to find ways to fund it, and we're going to do it. Now what we hear in seminaries is, there are just not enough churches offering positions. Now think about that. Think about the difference. It's like the task of the church is to create jobs for seminary graduates. Think about this. It's real strange. But what I'm suggesting to you, it's because this archetype of the warrior has just sort of gone back into the unconscious somewhere. And it's getting projected all over the place. Ronald Reagan. There are a lot of good hooks around that you can project this thing. If it's in your shadow, you can project it all over the place, and there are some wonderful hooks for it, and that's one of the things we want to discuss in our discussion later. Okay. So this thing is when you see it constellated, what do you see? Well, whatever else it is, it's always a lot of extroverted energy. The energy is just focused, And it's a lot like a laser beam. I mean, that energy is focused. It's directed toward an end. And that end is not an end which simply serves that individual's own personal interest. And when it comes to this kind of energy, that individual is not worried about their comfort too much. When this thing is constellated, the individual, and this doesn't matter what it is, you can be into these warrior energies writing a book. And you better be into them if you're writing a book. Because if you're not into them when you're writing a book, it will never get written. Really. Think about that artist thing, because if you know any artist, you know that when they get into these creative streaks, if they're going to do their art, they get into this, and their families can just go. I mean, you may think you're in a relationship with an artist until they get into their creativity, and then it's see you later. Okay. Well, I want to talk more in a little bit about the positive side of this thing, but let's have some fun with the shadow side of it a little bit. I just love Star Wars. And of course, the most wonderful image in popular culture that's come out recently about the shadow side of the warrior, yeah, you got it. It's Darth Vader. I love the Star Wars series because if that guy wasn't a Jungian, he was on dope or something when he was writing that. And he was really plugged into the archetypes. Isn't it wonderful? The Jedi Knights. See? And Darth Vader is the father. Yeah. But he's a knight who knows all the things a knight is supposed to know, but he has, for some reason, he's misusing the archetype, right? He's an initiate. Darth Vader is a high initiate. One of the highest. But he's using this initiation in the service of evil. Now, it's no accident, I think, the way they presented him. Because he was modeled on the Nazis. He was modeled, whether it had to be conscious, on stormtroopers. Now, there's one thing, if you're going to study this archetype, and again, studying these archetypes is not a pleasant thing. You remember when I mentioned Caligula? I mean, if you're going to study the shadow side of these archetypes, it's not always a pleasant thing. And what you need to do, if you're going to study the shadow side of the warrior archetype, what you need to study is the Nazis. Because in recent times, they are the purest expression of the shadow side of this archetype. And you should study the SS, the Nazi SS. They were clearly a religious body, a mystical religious body. They were deeply into the mystical traditions, the occult traditions of the Western culture, particularly of Germanic culture. They were ascetic. They were committed to the storm gods. The lightning bolts on the collars. References to Aryan storm gods, Aryan war gods. And they were the embodiment of this shadow side, which some of you have mentioned as being is present whenever this thing's constellated. There is a side. There is always the shadow side, and the shadow side is, be able to have no feeling. If you have any feeling, it's weakness. And so in the initiations of the SS, it was very important that you be able to show absolutely no feeling in the face of atrocities. Now this thing is built into the archetype. We see this in gang initiations now. There was an article in the Chicago Reader recently about the initiations of young women in gangs. And this same part of the archetypal reality is right there. To become initiated into a gang, a street gang, you have to do something which shows that you can act without feeling. And sometimes this includes if there's some tourist coming through town and they drive off where your gang has their little teet-a-teet at night, you walk over to their car and you blow their brains out right there at this stoplight. And that's the initiation. That's what you have to do, is to kill someone, and it shows that you have no particular feeling about this. Now we use the Nazis rightfully. One of the things I'm very concerned about is the way in which it's very difficult to get people to study the Holocaust. Because it's very important for us today to study the Holocaust and to have people around us study the Holocaust. Because there are a lot of people that would like to just have that repressed because it's so ugly. But Carl Jung was predicting this kind of thing happening long before it happened. He could feel it coming. And he knew about this aspect of the shadow that was coming on. The image that we should also look at in American history recently is My Lai. Because at My Lai, American soldiers killed women and children indiscriminately as a part of one of their operations. And another thing that we need to do in order to get at the shadow side of this archetype is to study a lot of the books that have been written out of the Vietnam experience. That's another thing we don't do. We want to forget that too. That's part of American shadow we want to forget. And in that, you find that there were a lot more atrocities committed than we ever want to admit. It's just part of the shadow side of this thing. There is one movie that captures this machine-like quality of the warrior, the shadow side of the warrior archetype, which I also want to recommend that you look at, again, not for art, but for an archetypal reflection, and that's the movie Terminator, with Arnold Schwarzenegger as a warrior robot from the future who is coming in to kill the hero. And the presentation that he makes in that movie is wonderful expression of the shadow side of this thing when it constellates in someone. Cold, totally unfeeling, totally relentless, totally unhuman, totally effective. Okay. Now, I said that we should talk about holy war. Those of you that studied some world religions know that it's not just the Crusades where we see this kind of archetype. In fact, the place where we really see it most clearly is in Islam. And you know today about the resurgence of Islam and the Ayatollah Khomeini and the current terrorism around the world under the Muslim aegis, is interpreted in terms of jihad, Jihad, holy war. This apparently is one of the archetypal reflections of the thing you were talking about the necessity of making the enemy, making people into the enemy, to drum up some sense of real hatred. You see this very, very clearly in contemporary Shiite Islam and other contemporary expressions of Islam around the world. But this is not limited to Islam. Christians have been into this throughout Christian history as well. We have to ask ourselves what this thing is about. Is there any kind of psycho-spiritual reality behind this image of holy war? And I want us to think together a moment about that. Do you have an idea about that? Let me just give you a chance to comment. What do you think is going on in this, the prevalence of this idea of holy war in human culture? It's a it's a species-wide idea. You know, there never was a war that wasn't a holy war, in some sense. So what would you say about that? Yes?
Polarization of good and evil.
Mm-hmm. You hear him? Polarization of good and evil. What else? Yes?
Motivation to the highest good, some sort of religious implication or association or affiliation.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere here. He says, some vision of the highest good, some sort of religious connotation of this. Now what? What might be, if you got to thinking from a Jungian hermeneutic, a Jungian way of interpretation about that archetypal image, and you started doing the same thing with this that we do with suicide, and you said, oh, now, okay, maybe this thing has got some sort of religious or spiritual meaning. What would you say? What might you say about it if you were trying to understand why this thing would be in the human psychic vocabulary all over the species? Yeah, Ted.
Well, it's thus saith the Lord, and, you know, it is He who has determined this. It could almost evolve out of it seems to me, an identification with the self.
Okay.
Identified with the self archetype.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow that is God's will.
Yes, and so it's got something to do with the self. And what else could you say? Yes, back here.
It seems to me that in the context of the biblical story, what you see is this is Yahweh's war against the matriarchal culture.
Mm-hmm.
That he had to bring the children of Israel out of this kind of embeddedness in nature. And so it was a holy war.
Yes.
To forbade any duty being taken because he was so afraid of the luminosity of the Great Mother.
Mm-hmm.
And anything taken, it had to be total structure.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing to be taken out of the, no root to be taken along with the holy war.
Yes.
Because there was a great deal of luminosity.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever was taken, couldn't bring it back into time.
Mm-hmm. Right. What else would you say? I mean, look, let's look at this thing. This thing has been species-wide. Not just Christian, not just Muslim. You have had this thing present throughout the human species. Now, if we're going to say that this thing, when it's literalized, like suicide, is what we end up with this acting out of warfare, what might be a psycho-spiritual reality that is imaged in this thing? Yes.
Sacrifice to the gods.
Mm-hmm. Sacrifice to the gods. Okay.
Doesn't it relieve people of their ordinary personal human responsibility by saying that this is a holy duty, a sacrificial duty, and so personally they're not involved?
Mm-hmm. I think that's right. Yes.
Yes, if we're the people of God, this is God's will, then we're willing God's sword by our own right.
Yes.
There was a warrior somewhere in history, not dislocated him, but he was called the Great Hammer of God. And the idea was he was doing God's will, laying waste to God's enemies, and that was
Yes.
making way for a new.
Yes. 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 Others.
Isn't there something deep within us as a species that feels there are some things we must fight against? And so choosing what that thing is to fight against is different for different cultures and peoples, but that's a very, very basic thing. There are some things that we must resist and fight against.
See, let me just comment on this. She's saying that human beings almost always feel when they reflect that there's some things that they must fight against. Now, I think that's a fruitful line of reflection for this kind of thing. I think that the image of war is something which, you remember William James, the great late 19th century psychologist, said that if the human race was going to become what it needed to become, it was going to have to find something that would help it operate with a moral equivalence of war. Now listen to that phrase, the moral equivalence of war. And what William James was getting at was something like what you were saying. That is to say, James was a part of that group of people in the progressive era who were deadly serious about improving the conditions on this planet. In other words, there were many things he wanted to fight against. And there were many things that those progressive reformers in the late 19th century wanted to fight against. It was the same kind of spirit that had given rise to abolition of slavery, to the great development of the social settlement houses in Chicago, public health medicine, all sorts of things. Those people, you see, really were very militant, unabashedly so. And so there is a sense in which William James was working with this archetypal issue when he was trying to meditate on how you motivate people to get serious about fighting against certain evils, certain problems. And I think that's one of the kinds of things that we would do well to think about in terms of the archetypal issues under this holy war business. It's a very, yes, right back here.
I'm searching around for the value. I have a scenario statement. I think Carl Sagan would tell us it's our reptilian brain.
Uh-huh.
And I don't think that's entirely without consideration.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems to me that also the value in the warrior, strangely enough, is justice.
Say some more. She says that the value in the warrior is justice. And what would you?
That is a supreme value, justice, which of course can be interpreted in different ways.
Yes.
But in the name of justice,
Yes.
we do this, that, and the other.
Yes.
Assuming there is injustice.
Yes. One of the places, let me just comment on your statement, one of the places that I see this most clearly, living in Chicago, I've lived in the inner city quite a lot in Chicago, and I have come to pay a lot of attention to policemen, to observe them a lot. Back when I was working in the inner city, even more than I am now, I had a chance to observe police and that. You ever watch the Hill Street Blues? Now that's an instructive show to watch for this archetype too. Because, you remember the book, The Blue Knights? It's under this same organization. It's a very interesting thing to watch police operate and to tell the difference between an immature policeman and a really mature one, a responsible one. And I have come to really admire a lot of Chicago policemen I have seen policemen abuse power. And I have worked to try to get that changed and so forth. But I have also seen policemen operating under the best side of this archetype, in which they would use only as much force as was absolutely necessary to limit the destructiveness in a situation, who would not let their personal feelings cause them to act out, who were talked to in ways that no human being ever ought to be talked to, but still did not act out, who kept their cool in a situation and commitment to their job, which was trying to limit destructiveness and to uphold the law and protect the public. It's a very interesting thing to do is to notice, to pay attention to the police functioning, to get insights into this archetype. But that's a whole area that we could talk about. Yes.
We go to war with our projected shadows.
Now we're getting down to some Jungian reflection here, see. That is to say that if you get to thinking a lot about holy war from an archetypal psychology perspective, then you begin to think, what has this archetype of the warrior got to do with individuation? And what does it have to do with the psychological problem on the planet? And it begins to become evident how you start thinking. One of the things you begin to think about is Jung's own comments about what it takes in order really to individuate. Remember, Jung didn't really think that everyone was going to do it. And the reason was that it is so incredibly demanding. It requires such discipline. It requires such focus. It requires such courage when you start facing the shadow. It is quite clear to me that it does take a warrior in an analysand to be able to do what the analysand has to do to deal with the shadow, not to say the other parts of the personality. And I think we could spend a whole lot of time unpacking his comment. Because when you begin to get into the shadow, it's not like you thought it was going to be when you started getting into analysis. You know, when you first start into analysis, you're going to individuate. You know, you're going to grow. You know, you're going to heal. You know, and then you begin to find out these things that really do inflict harm upon your grandiosity. And you begin to get a little scared. What am I going to find out in that next dream? And if a person does not have enough of this warrior constellated in them, they will suddenly discover they don't have enough money to continue analysis. Or they will suddenly discover that they really need a new car. See? Whatever. And so this is a really important thing for us to reflect on together, and that is the importance of this particular archetypal configuration in having the courage and the commitment and the capacity to focus and the capacity to discipline, the capacity to get this one. We didn't mention this, but it's obvious in these others that we've talked about. the capacity to stand pain. One of the things that Jung constantly points out is that when you start working really working on your unconscious, you're going to go through a lot of pain. Not pleasure, a lot of pain, because the truth hurts. You know, I was in the study of a pastor friend of mine recently. I looked up on the wall and there was this poster. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. But first it shall make you miserable. And I thought, boy, I've never heard anything truer than that. Let me say a little bit more about this holy war business, and then we will stop for tonight. And if any of the rest of you want to, if you want to raise some more questions, I'd be happy for us to discuss a while longer. But let me comment a little bit more about holy war. I think a lot about our planetary situation now. And I, like so many Jungians, don't find a lot of the standard ways of thinking about problems very satisfying. I tend to find things out of mythology and folklore more satisfying. And one of the things that I have come to really see as an image of this planet that is helpful to me is to think about this under the concept of enchantment. You know, enchantment is not a positive thing. You know, like Some Enchanted Evening. That's not really positive. Enchantment in human folklore is a very negative thing. It's a cloud of unconsciousness that hangs over realms, and it shuts down life. It's a killing fog which hangs over the consciousness of people. And I think the only way to understand what's going on this planet now is under that image of enchantment. Of course, C.S. Lewis viewed it this way a long time ago. But it's fascinating to me and horrifying to me to interact with people who seem not to be aware of what is going on the planet now. I mean, we do want to study the World War II Holocaust for its instruction, but the interesting thing is there are many Holocausts going on this planet right now. The enormity of the unnecessary suffering on this planet right now is incredible. The gratuitous suffering that is going on this planet is enormous. I don't know whether you ever hear anything about the amounts of money that are now being spent on the arms race, and arms stockpiling around the globe. The amount of money that's being spent on arms on the planet right now, it's incredible. If that same amount of money was spent, we could clean up enormous amounts of the unnecessary suffering that's happening on the planet. We don't even have to talk about the nuclear thing. But this planet is in a real crisis right now. But you wouldn't know it by moving in ordinary circles of company. It's as if nothing is wrong anywhere, you know? And that's fascinating. You think about it. It's people crying, peace, peace, when there is no peace. See? What I think is that at the very deepest level, spiritually speaking, there really is a war going on. All the time. And it is a war against the enchantment that clouds the minds of human beings throughout this planet so that they cannot let themselves see the truth about what's going on this planet. We call it in psychoanalysis denial and repression and all sorts of nice names, but it's enchantment. And in my understanding, as I think about these things, to understand the seriousness of this situation, you have to understand it in mythological terms. We're living a fairy tale. People are being sacrificed to the dragon, the great dragon, constantly on this planet right now. I mean, I want you to think about this. There is a war going on. And there is a sword of consciousness which is available. If you will, a light sword. But there are all too few people who will attempt to draw that thing and try to work against unconsciousness and the kind of unconsciousness that is serving this planetary enchantment. And I think that at a conference like this, conference filled with people of the church, we have to ask ourselves, what kind of ministry do we have to this enchanted planet, both as Jungians and as Christians? And I see this under the aspect of this archetypal reality we're talking about tonight. We'll continue this later. We'll be able to discuss it some in our workshop tomorrow and then in our question and answer period tomorrow morning. Thank you.
You are listening to a recording from the sound archive of the Jung Center of Houston Bookstore and Library. For more information about the Jung Center, visit our website at www.junghouston.org or call us at 713-524-8253. This recording was originally made to audio tape and converted to digital format. It has 2 parts. Part 1.
I'd like to begin by just thanking you for the kind of response that you've given me. You've been enormously supportive and helpful and appreciative, and one of the things that always is inspiring to me is the way in which people so quickly contact their own inner resources on these topics and find out that they know a great deal about these archetypal realities within. After my discussion of the warrior, I'm always amazed when people come up and say, yes, I know this warrior within. A number of women came up and said, you know, I may have had a little trouble contacting that king, but I know this warrior. And if it wasn't for this warrior, I wouldn't be able to do the things that I do during the day. So that always is confirming to me, and I really appreciate the kind of comments that you've made to me and the chance to talk with you about this. Now let me remind you at this point, and we're going to do just a little review, but from my point of view, each one of these images is really flat in itself. Archetypes are not human. They are not a full thing in themselves, and when they're seen by themselves or when they possess an individual, that individual becomes flat, stereotyped, and one-sided. So the mature masculine, the potential masculine that we're seeking to reflect upon, cannot be manifest in one of these things. And what we need to work on during this conference is understand the dynamic interrelatedness of these 4 and the way in which they must interact and mutually regulate in order for there to be a consolidated masculine reality. And so, in other words, the only point at which you'll be able to look back and see the way these things interact in a healthy way will be at the end. And let me just give you a little preview here. It's very instructive, as somebody said in our first workshop, it's very instructive to think about Camelot. And it's very instructive to think about all of the major characters in Camelot as inner figures in one person, and to reflect upon what happens that Arthur and the realm of the Round Table comes to a tragic end. So that's something you'll want to be reflecting upon. So these are inner figures in one person, and the one theme that you notice that you will notice connects concerns of the king, the warrior, and the magus that we're talking about this morning is power issues. And the comment that was made in this last lecture about the relationship between power and love. And so one of the things that I assume is that none of these first three function well without love, without the archetype of the lover constellated and operating in a person. See? And so you need to keep that in mind. I'll say a little bit about that in this lecture, but tomorrow morning we will focus on the way in which the lover is necessary for the healthy expression of these others. Let me jump into this now. We have said that if a man, and let me just speak about men now, and you women can apply it to the animus. If a man is not in touch adequately, having an ego archetype axis with his inner king, he will not be calm in the face of the things that confront him. He will not be centered. He will not be able to take sufficient interest in the thriving of the realm that he lives in. He will not experience a sense of joyful participation in the empowering and thriving well-being of others. If he's not sufficiently in a positive way in touch with his inner king, then he is likely to communicate to those around him a sense of dis-ease. And so when a man vibrates a lot, or he doesn't seem to have a sense of himself, if he doesn't communicate some deep rootedness to you, he's insufficiently related to this archetype. If a man is not developing an ego archetype axis with the warrior in his life, in a positive sense, he will tend to be lethargic. He will tend to withdraw a lot. He will tend to introvert too much. He will tend to not be able to see the challenges that he really ought to be engaging. He will just sort of not see them. He will tend to be too focused on his comfort and on the development of his retirement nest egg, see, and his vacation homes, keeping his BMW shined up, whatever. And he will not have much of a glint in his eye about encountering those realities that only he can provide leadership for. He will not be able sufficiently to feel his duty. He will not be able to muster the courage that he needs to encounter fearsome things without and within. He will not be able to muster the discipline that is always required for his creativity to issue forth in concrete achievement by and for his world. Okay. And now, the magician. This is the one that is probably most constellated here in this conference. Now, if you're not aware of that, it's probably in your shadow and it's probably got you by the nape of the neck. But among Jungians, this archetype tends to predominate. It's no accident because it was very influential in Jung's own life. In fact, the magicians that I have interviewed around the world say, look, face it, Jung was a magus. Jung himself gives you all sorts of hints that he viewed himself that way. And in the things which he would not say, he gives you further hints that he viewed himself in that way. When anyone says to you, like von Franz said on that movie, A Matter of Heart, for example, when anyone looks at you with profundity and says, I can't share this with you. Jung told me this, but I can't share this with you. That's the archetype of the magus. Secrets that are above your kin. And when you get initiated enough, I'll be able to tell you this higher truth. Now, this is an archetype which is the archetype that rules psychotherapy of all schools. I don't care if you're a behavior mod therapist, this thing is running you. The only thing is that if you're a behavior mod therapist, you don't have the psychological theory that it would take to help you get conscious about the way you're presenting yourself. Serious. Okay, now I'm going to talk a lot more about the positive side of that for the therapist and the analyst, and the negative side of it for the therapist and the analyst a little later. And those of you who are lay people, bear with me on that, because it's so important for analysts and psychotherapists and people who are counselors to face up to this one. And it's so important for us that are in analysis with someone to be aware of this so that we can be aware of the shadow of our analyst and not get hurt by it, that it bears some attention, and I want to focus on that. But let me tell you for a moment how I got into this. I didn't start studying the magician in order to help people understand masculinity at all. I was doing a lot of therapy with young people who were involved in the occult. And I first became interested in this by first being interested in the archetype of initiation. In fact, a great deal of my research has been on the archetype of initiation, on ritual process and psychotherapy, and on the concept of sacred space and transformation. And I got into this looking at the magus because it is organized around this whole concept of the initiate. Because you cannot be a magus without having been initiated. And you can't understand what initiation is unless you understand the whole world, the whole phenomenological horizon that opens out before this archetype. Let me just talk a little bit about that. What I did for my research was, this started back in about 1974. I began to go around the country researching for a book on the psychology of the occult, which was to be focused on this archetype of initiation. I've never published that. The reason I haven't published that is once you get into this thing, it opens out just like peanut butter when you chew on it. It gets bigger and bigger. But I began to go around the country interviewing occultists, doing ethnographic interviewing. A lot of anthropological approaches to ethnographic interviewing of magicians. Yes, Virginia, there really are magicians. And I do not mean stage magicians. I don't know whether you're aware of it or not, but paganism and neo-paganism is the largest and fastest growing alternative religious movement in the United States, possibly around the world. And within that movement, there are a number of people who are into various forms of magic and the occult. All of them are organized around the archetype of initiation. So anyway, I went around the country, to all regions of the country, spending hundreds of hours interviewing various types of magician, female and male. In fact, I spent one very fascinating few days in these Georgia mountains. I just got to tell you a story about that before we go on. I didn't even know that there were any occultists in Georgia, because I thought they were all Baptist, or at least Methodist. So we came down from Chicago with a group that I was studying, and we got into to a large park in the Georgia mountains, North Georgia mountains. And there was going to be a great gathering out on the hills at night, and they were going to build this great fire, and all the witches and all the magi were going to lead in ritual there. And we were in panel trucks, and before we went to this great ritual, all of my magician friends suited up. You know, I don't know whether you know anything about this, but they all have their magical robes. And they're very, very sophisticated, specially consecrated, carefully, ritually created magical robes. But you know, if you're a Southerner, they look for all the world like Ku Klux Klan robes. Well, I had been sort of worried about what was going to happen if we pulled up to a filling station or something, and somebody looked in there and saw all these witches and magicians. But when we pulled up to this one place, it became evident to me that the people there thought we were the Klan going to a Clavering meeting. So I knew we were going to be safe. Now, there's a lot more to tell about that story, but I kept wondering, you know, what's going to happen if the Georgia State Patrol stops this bunch of people? But anyway, so I have spent a lot of time studying magicians. So let me talk a little bit about this particular form. Now there are, and some of you women have asked me this, well now Bob, is there a set of archetypal realities counterpart to the ones you're talking about? Of course they are. And isn't it interesting that so little work has been done on the archetype of the Queen? It's amazing. Now, there's been some work, but not nearly enough done on the wise woman, the wizard woman, the witch. But you know, the witch, as in Wicca, the movement called Wicca, is not exactly the same thing as a female magus. There are women who are practicing magicians who are not in that movement called Wicca. So it's a subtle, complicated thing and needs a lot of women. There are a lot of feminists now feminist scholars who are studying these things and will be increasingly publishing materials on this. But it's related to the female version of this archetype. The ones that are related that you're familiar with are the wise woman, the prophetess, the witch, the priestess. I've been in many ritual settings with occultists in which a woman took the role of the high priestess and was the steward of the mysteries and the sacred space in that particular place. But anyway, I'm focusing here on the kind of person that we historically associate with a magus. And that is a person who works largely alone. It's a fascinating thing, and you know, I didn't realize this until I started studying it, but all over the world there are men who are practicing magicians. And they do this anonymously, largely. In their outer work, they may be a druggist, or they may be a businessman, or they may be an accountant, a banker. One guy that I spent a lot of time interviewing was a banker. Straight on the outside, successful banker. But his real center of his life was in his practice as a magician, as a magus. And he was in one particular tradition in which he does all his work on what he calls the inner planes. And he views himself, when he goes into his room, which is consecrated for his magical work, he views himself as working on the transformation of the world through his work with the entities on the other planes. And so he goes into these in his own work, which is related to what we call active imagination. In fact, magicians will tell you that what Jungians do in active imagination is nothing other than what magicians have always done. So active imagination is related directly to the historic history of magical practice. And it's true. I mean, look at the work of people like Israel Regardie and others who describe techniques, magical techniques, and it sounds for all the world like psychosynthesis or Jungian active imagination, because it is. But anyway, these people go on these journeys, dialoguing with what they consider to be the higher initiates on the inner planes, and they seek to do this work which they view to be transformative in the outer. And so this is an enormously introverted archetype. The king and the warrior and the lover are extroverted. But this one is the organizing archetype for introversion. What's important is in here. See, it's related to what's out there, but what's really important is in here. Okay. Now, these higher initiates are related to what we talk about as archetypal realities, or the gods and goddesses. There's one tradition of occultism which is associated with theosophy and which is associated with, have you ever heard of the I Am movement? The I Am movement? There are a number. In fact, let me recommend to you the Encyclopedia of American Religions, edited by Gordon Melton. He's got a whole section on the different groups involved in magic and paganism that you can read. But anyway, the idea is to contact these inner realities and let them teach you, and let yourself be a channel for this wisdom, this understanding, to come into the world. Now, the word understanding is key under this archetype. The Greek god that is associated with this, of course, is the god Hermes, from which we get the word hermeneutics, or the study of interpretation. The whole German concept of Verstehen. And when they talk about understanding psychology, or verstehende psychology, that is the archetypal God representation, which is behind all biblical interpretation, so many movements in literary criticism and so forth. So when you're an interpreter, it is under this archetypal constellation. And so when you stand to interpret the Scriptures, or you stand to interpret a personality, or interpret a cultural text, you are in this archetypal configuration. Jung's psychology, and indeed psychoanalysis in general, the whole large river of which the Freudian, Adlerian, and Jungian combined to make up the great river, all of that comes under the category of what we know as understanding psychology, because so much of it is related to this whole function of interpretation, the staff of Hermes, the magical wand. That's what it is. The staff of Hermes is a magical wand. Okay. Now, what is it that one has to do to become an initiate as a magus? Well, there's one wonderful little thing from Walt Disney that is instructive. You all know what I'm talking about, Fantasia. If you haven't seen Fantasia in a while, look at Fantasia. Because there's that segment in there about the sorcerer's apprentice. And think about that a moment. Because there's one thing that is always true about apprentice magicians. They know how to turn it on, but they don't know how to turn it off. That's right. And the worst thing in the world you can do is get tied up with somebody who is in this stage of their development as a magician. Because they're so excited about turning you on. See? It's like that country song. Whoever turned you on forgot to turn you off. Well, I make jest, but this is a deadly serious topic, because one of the characteristics of the human potential movement that was so popular in the 60s and 70s is there were all these gurus, would-be gurus running around that knew how to turn people on and didn't know what to do after they did. They would open up the psyche in groups. You know, we're going to go to Esalen, or we're going to go here, we're going to go there, and we're going to really get in touch with our psyches, you know. And you do. But then you open up a lot of stuff, and the typical thing for the person in this stage of the development of the magus is to not have any sense of understanding how powerful the forces are that the individual is dealing with. And so one of the main things a person has to learn when developing this part is to understand that the powers with which the magician is dealing are enormous and require tremendous technical knowledge in order not to get fried. Yes, the parallel is direct to a master electrician. In fact, if you want to get an understanding of the inner dynamics of the magician, you need to just talk to one of your friends who is an electrician and let them tell you how they manage not to be killed dealing with 220,000 volts. Simple principles. Principles of what? Principles of insulation. Principles of knowing what to touch and what not to touch. And principles of knowing what to touch and what not to touch when you're touching something else at the same time. This is one of the things that divides psychoanalytic thinkers from a lot of other psychological thinkers. Because there's always a concern among analysts about a person's ego getting more of a dose of unconscious materials than it can metabolize at a particular time, in a particular length of time. And so the concern is that the individual gets the right amount in the right period of time and has the right resources available in the psyche to channel it properly and put it to work. People often ask me, well, why am I not dreaming right now? I'll say your ego's probably got more than it can handle right now. It doesn't need any more input from the unconscious. You have not chewed this up sufficiently. What was it your mother told you? How many times you needed to chew that before you swallow it? So the magician, in one way, it's not as romantic as one thinks when one's looking at it from the outside. It's really very technical. And it is really, in a way, simple but complicated. Now let's think a moment about the whole issue of insulation. I recommend that you spend a lot of time thinking about insulation. For example, if you feel your circuit's heating up too much, working on yourself, you're not insulating enough. You're not tending to insulation enough. Whoever is working with you needs to be told that your circuits are heating up if they haven't already noticed it. You need to do something so that your circuit breakers do not go. How can you tell? Well, when you start not being able to sleep. That's one sign that your circuits are heating up. You're losing your temper too often. It's a sign your circuits are heating up. You're sleeping more than usual. It's a sign your circuits are heating up. We could go on and on and on. But one of the things you have to do is to get some sense about basic electricity, basic circuitry. And when you're working with somebody, this is the way you need to think about it. A, B, C. If their circuits are heating up too much, you do something to improve the wiring. Now let me speak a little bit now on this to the importance of containment. Since the advent of nuclear energy, we've been given better metaphors for understanding this process. Because the unconscious is a direct parallel in many ways to a reactor core. And the numinosity in the unconscious should be seen as paralleling the kind of power in the center of atomic process. Primitives understood this. You cannot understand why pre-modern peoples gave so much attention to magic, ritual process, ritual technique, ritual genius, if you do not understand their understanding of the power of the numinosity of the unconscious, and that it was more than they could handle without careful containment. We all think about this recent Russian event. When you're dealing with atomic energy, you always wonder if you're containing it. And if you mess with it at all, you try to have backup systems which contain the container in case something goes wrong. That's what they didn't have at that Russian reactor. You get meltdown, and all hell breaks loose. There are direct parallels to this in the psyche. A lot of people melt down. Mental hospitals are places where people are put when their inner containers have stopped functioning adequately and they require a larger container. And it's fascinating the way in which in contemporary psychoanalysis we even use language that is related to this. Mental illness is an expression of fragmentation. See, fission. And when we see symptomatology, we analysts often talk about it as fragmentation derivatives. And so the whole issue of containment is key. Now this is key in religion as well as in psychoanalysis. The sanctuary is archetypally a container, a vessel. Anytime there is a manifestation of the holy, it requires a vessel. Unless bad things are going to happen. See? This is why Jungians put so much emphasis on the alchemical alembic, or the vessel of analysis. And this is why that in all forms of psychotherapy you have to be concerned about what is known today in analysis as frame issues. Have any of you heard of frame issues? It's technical discussion in the literature. That is to say, the question about how you create a space in the relationship with a person you're working with that is solid enough and protected enough that the really deep unconscious materials can emerge. Because if the space is not carefully constructed, the therapeutic space is not carefully constructed, and the boundaries of it maintained, the unconscious of the individual will know it. And the unconscious of the individual can do one of two things. If it's really wise, it won't manifest with you. The person will not share their materials with you. Now, they may not consciously know why they're not telling you the real stuff. But if they are really wise, if their inner Merlin is working, they will not share it with you. Because they intuit that you will not be able to hold it. If they are not so wise, they may surface it. It scares the therapist terribly. Often happens. Therapists get terrified often at the power and the fearsome reality that they encounter. It's just like the magician who's there at the magic circle, and he's calling on this particular entity. Come on, entity one. Come on, entity number one. And all of a sudden, he gets entity number two. And this wasn't the person I was dialing. And this happens a great deal in therapy, and therapists who are honest will tell you that it's terrifying. And they don't know what to do when that happens. But anyway, so this whole issue in therapy of containment is so key. And in a little while, when I start talking about the shadow side of this archetype, I will talk about the sexual abuse of counselees and analysans by therapists and analysts as a manifestation of the inability to contain these numinous materials. Okay. So, An initiate magus is one who can have interaction with the powerful, numinous realities of the other planes. Now, whether you go the celestial hierarchy planes or whether you go the inner planes of the unconscious, it's all the same dynamically. But the initiate magus knows how to contact these realities appropriately for the right reasons, toward a certain end, knows how the different forces relate to each other, knows which two not to mix. It's very parallel to the chemist. Think about chemistry. It's no accident that the alchemists were magi. It's no accident that the attention of the chemist to care about what they're doing is very parallel to the attention of the magician. It's directly parallel. But anyway, you know what to combine and what not to combine. You know what's going to blow up on you and what's not. You know which circuit to connect to what circuit to get something working, to get a transformation, to get energy mobilized, to get your generators running, see, to get some particular task accomplished. What is the wand? Well, the wand is quite simply a method of directing this energy that has been connected. It directs it. So it works very much. You hear people say, well, I'm just got to get myself together. You know, I've got lots of energy, but I can't channel it. Well, they haven't learned about how to use a wand. Because the wand in this particular archetype is parallel to the sword in the warrior archetype, and to the symbol, the emblems of office of the king. All are emblems of power and the correct use of it. So it's a channeling without getting fried. You contact it, you plug in, you can direct it. Okay, so the magus is a master of containment, a master of insulation. It makes him a steward, a good steward of sacred space, even if he is, and I want to say, I don't like the words black magician because of the racist overtones. It's really the shadow magician. The shadow magician, even the shadow magician, has basic respect for these dynamics, or he doesn't last long. Okay. Now, what does this archetype reflect positively in an individual's psyche? Well, it's clearly the archetype of awareness, of consciousness, of the capacity to back off and reflect. See, there are a lot of men who are into their king that are unconscious as they can be, living out their king, and they do it pretty well on some levels, but they don't think about it at all. And usually they're the king 24 hours a day. One pastor that I heard about, very regal, pastor, was into this, and his wife always called him Reverend so-and-so. Always. When they were having sex, she called him Reverend so-and-so whenever he got around to it. I'm not kidding you. This is really true. Unconscious, see, sleepwalking. The same thing is true, and I could go into that if I had more time. I'd go into that and give you a lot more examples of that. But the same thing is true about men who are really sort of into this warrior, possessed by this warrior business. You compulsive personalities that are like me on this, see. The compulsive is really into the warrior, Don't have much center, vibrates a lot, but revs it up to 7,000 RPM, Vroom! The engine was never balanced, and it won't last long. Vroom!
This recording was originally made to audio tape and converted to digital format. It has 2 parts. Part 2.
But sleepwalking still, see, not aware of what he's doing to himself and everybody around him at all, see, with all that fiery energy, coursing, but not reflecting on this at all. And the same thing is true about the man who's not a compulsive, but more clearly into just, primitive warrior, who knows only how to fight. Fights everybody. You've heard about people that constantly wanting to find somebody to dance with. Well, this guy's constantly wanting somebody to fight with. Fights with his wife, fights with his boss, fights with somebody on the street if he can get them to. Totally unconscious about this, no reflection. The magician is that archetypal reality that creates what analysts know as the reality ego, the observing ego. It's that part that backs out and says, "What are you doing?" It's hard to make love to her from the throne. It's possible, but it sure limits your exploration of the Kama Sutra. But anyway, it is that, and the amazing thing is how little this thing is constellated consciously. There's so many people who sleepwalk constantly through their extroversion. They are very good at what they do in some ways, because that's what they are. But the reflection is not there, and one of the main things that happens is that eventually they get into mischief, trouble. They begin to have a lot of trouble, because an unconscious king is a dangerous king, even if he's trying to be good. And an unconscious warrior is a dangerous warrior even when he's trying to be good. Not when he's in his shadow manifestation, really chopping you up, trying to chop you up. Even when he's trying to be good, he's unconscious, he's dangerous. This is why the image of Merlin and all of those other like images come about in the folklore and in the fairy tales and in the myths. And this is why they're almost always present in ancient stories, because there is always that sense that you need somebody to help you think about what you're doing. Of course, you hate them for it, see, because when the magician is serving the magician's role to the king or the warrior or the lover, we'll get to that tomorrow, it's always deflating. Because when Merlin says to you, "What do you think you're doing, author?" Well, you think, "Well, what am I doing?" Doesn't the king know what he's doing? The king is supposed to know what he's doing. I don't know what I'm doing. Should I be king? See? Mm-hmm. So it's always deflating, and it always puts you into what analysts call the depressive position. Now think about it. I'm really serious about this, because anytime your inner Merlin is activated, you're going to feel a little depressed, because he is the enemy. See, as long as it doesn't apply to him. See? And we'll get to that. But when it's applying to your warrior or your king or your lover, he always punctures your grandiosity, shows you your clay feet, and you end up in the depressive position, which is reality. You know, you see your limitations and what you need to pay attention to. And so this is the part of the personality which can really understand the way human personalities work. For good or for ill. And whether you're going to use this knowledge for good or for ill. We're going to get to using the inner magician in a negative way. But the point is that when that magician part of your personality is developed, you really understand what makes people tick and what makes them sick. You understand it about yourself if it's really, really developed. If you're like a lot of psychiatrists and psychologists that were never analyzed, I don't know whether you know, but most psychologists and psychiatrists do not have to have psychotherapy. So they're experts on all this wiring and so forth, but they never looked at their own. And that's dangerous, but that's another story. To the extent that it's mature in you, this archetypal reality means you really know. And you know the impersonal sides of it. For example, you know that in this kind of situation, if this kind of person and that kind of person get together, this is likely to happen, regardless of the individuals involved. You know that if this particular personality type, the narcissistic personality disorder, runs into this kind of situation, they are likely to experience this, and they're likely to do that, regardless of what their name is. It's an impersonal knowledge in many ways. Now, who uses this kind of impersonal knowledge a lot? Madison Avenue. Behavioral consultants. Organizational industrial psychologists. This knowledge is just knowledge. It's like any other kind of knowledge. It's not good and it's not bad. You can't be adult and mature if you don't have it. But just because you have it doesn't mean you're going to use it for anything good. That's why we have the concept of the dark side of the magician. Because human beings have always understood that you can know a lot and misuse the knowledge. See? Let me talk just a little bit more about the way that this thing works in the analyst. And then I want to talk about the shadow manifestations, both personally and professionally. So when the analyst is really into this, and almost all of them are, whether they're conscious of it or not, they really can become an adept. That's another word for a magician, A-D-E-P-T, adept. An analyst who really works at it can become an adept at dynamics. And if they've worked their own issues on this out, they can accept the archetypal transference of the magician onto them early in analysis. It's very important. If you can't project your magus onto your therapist early in the therapy, they are not going to be able to help you too much. Why? Because they're not going to be magic enough for you. If your therapist early in therapy is not a little magic for you, they're not going to have the power in the transference to help you much. You can't idealize them. You can't project this part of you onto them. And if the analyst is really developed in this Magus archetype, then they will know, intuitively if not from study, they will know the importance of boundary and space. They will know the importance of keeping the frame, the vessel of analysis sacred. They will know, for example, not to be talking about your materials to anybody else. See? Unless it's a very, very tight consultative relationship. They will know not to be personalizing their relationship with you in the sense of using you for their own personal ends. But here's where we get to the power shadow. I really appreciated Annette's mentioning Guggenbuhl-Craig's book on power in the helping professions, because it's really talking about the dangers of this archetype. Here's the way it says. The therapist, or you to a friend, the therapist to a client, or you to a friend. I want to be Merlin. You have to remain in the dark. I'm Merlin. You've got to be initiated. You're stupid. I'm initiated. And that's the way it's supposed to stay. This is an archetypal reality. This is what Guggenbuhl-Craig is talking about. If you're in a helping profession, there's a part of your shadow, your power shadow, that doesn't want them to get better. Because if they get better, they're going to be a Merlin too, and if there are two Merlins, it's not as prestigious. And this is the power shadow in all examining boards. It's true. My God, if we keep turning them out like this, it's not going to have any prestige to be a blank. You got to really make it hard on them, flunk out more of them. You don't say, well, the more magicians, the better. Because there's all these people that need help. You don't say that. You say, well, we got to flunk out more. So this shadow side is also, it explains one phenomenon that a lot of people have noticed, and that is that people that go into psychotherapy, if you really get to know their personalities, you tend to find that they have an enormous schizoid streak. Schizoid. Let me just put that in down-home language. That means they don't like people very much. They're detached. They want to stay away. It's the shadow side of introversion. And that is to say that I can, by being a therapist, of course you know I love people and I want to be close to you because I'm inviting you into my consulting room and all that. But I get in there and then it's your turn to do a psychological striptease here before me. Take your clothes off emotionally. Cry. You know. And there's a cold, sadistic side to every therapist. In the shadow. That's a voyeur. Show me, I'm not going to show you. Now we professionalize this, particularly if we're Freudians. You know, if I really emphasize the frame issues, which of course there's an important thing to do about emphasizing, professionalism and frame and all that, but there's a shadow side to that stuff too, and it is, I am not going to show you any humanness at all because then you might know my weaknesses. This is what I call the fantasy, the myth of the individuated analyst. The archetypal analyst. When I started out to become a psychoanalyst, I realize now I intended to be the archetypal analyst. who wasn't going to have any psychopathology after I got through with all those years of analysis. Then what I realized after years and years and years of analysis is, I just get better at understanding my craziness and trying to keep it from hurting the people I work with. See? But when we're into our grandiose megas, see, I'm the archetypal analyst. I'm individuated. You'll hear some analysts tell you that, an analyst that's really, really good can just shift their psychological type. You believe that? That's an archetypal fantasy. If you ever want to get a sense for the shadow side, for this part of the shadow of analysts, just look at what happens in institutes. There were some articles recently in one of the national magazines about some of the Freudian institutes. All institutes are alike on this. Are you ready to become an archetypal analyst yet? Okay. Now, that's enough about analyst and analysis until our discussion. Let me talk a little bit about the shadow side of this and just ordinary relationships. Here again, it's the same thing. We go to Jungian conferences, see? We study Jungian books, and we study other psychology books, and we get to where we really understand the way people work, how that, boy, gee whiz. Now I'm getting clear about why that happens when they do that, and then I feel this way. I'm getting to learn what makes people tick. I'm even getting to learn what has made me sick. Now I go home and I'm going to talk to my family. And man alive, do they look different. Now I understand we got a typological problem here. Or I go back and I say to my wife or my lover, and I put it in the mask and I say, you really come on at me with your critical animus a lot. She says, what? He's into another power trip with me again. He's going off to learn something so he can now be my shrink instead of my lover. Been more mischief started in marriages and in love relationships by little psychological knowledge than goodness a lot of the time. And it's because of the shadow side of this thing. Because the shadow side is, I'm Merlin, I'm initiated, you're not. I know who you are, I know what you are, I know more about your personality than you do. Nothing that infuriates anybody more than that. What are you talking about? Come on. So it leads to two things in relationships when you get this thing constellated in you. Remember all that good stuff, so I'm not knocking it. You got to have it. But you got to be alert to the shadow, because the shadow side is, look, I got all this knowledge, and I know what makes him or her tick. Now, if I just act this way, this will have this effect. So it's manipulation. I mean, if you tend a little bit to manipulate and you get your magician developed, you're going to get really good at it. See? And this is really the dark side of magic. Because this, and I mentioned Madison Avenue, and I mentioned the other uses of psychological knowledge, this is taking over in our culture. You are being manipulated all over the place by people who are using magic. When you walk into the supermarket, there are people that understand the ways that the particular psychophysiology of your body and personality are influenced by lighting and music. And they're using what is clearly hypnotic techniques to encourage you to spend more of your money when you're in that supermarket than you intended to. This is just accepted stuff. This is called marketing, you know. And if you just look at the curricula in business schools, you will find that it's unabashed. And what it is, in many ways, is shadow magic. Because the people that it's being practiced upon didn't contract to work with a magician. They just went to the supermarket. You know? And if you look at television, television operates out of this kind of magic. You probably have no idea about the sums of money that are expended to create what it comes over that tube. And that's not altruism, folks. Careful research goes into what will push your archetypal buttons. And so there is enormous psychological sophistication going into the media. And it is for a purpose that hardly manifests transpersonal commitments. And so this is where you see a great deal of the shadow magic being expressed in our culture now. So the manipulation thing is very, very big in relationships and in the wider culture. And let me just say one more thing about the schizoid business. If the truth is known, all of us were hurt enough as children to have a part deep within us that is a little schizoid, that is a little detached, a little fearful of connection. Let me give you the technical phrase and then tell you what it means. In analysis, we talk about this as problems in object relations. That is to say that if you had toxic relationships with your significant objects, just translate that, significant persons. If, when you were trying to interact in early life, you had toxic experiences, there is a part of you that went away into the castle and hid. And you sort of peer out from the window. And that part easily gets organized under this archetype. Because one of the things that that part of you hates is misuse of power over you. Because it was the misuse of parental power that hurt you in the first place. And so you want to get power to protect yourself. And so many of us that get heavily into this archetype are protecting a very deeply wounded inner child, gaining power over others. Notice how fascinated we are with them, though, because we spend so much time with them. It's like Alice Miller says. Nobody would ever become an analyst if they had not had really bad experiences early on in life. And yet, because they loved the parents so much, were fascinated with them. You can't do with them and you can't do without them, you know. And so there is this part of all of us that organizes under this archetype and is really distant and cool and wants to be close but doesn't want to be seen. And so that's the big threat in this. If you're in the Magus archetype, just as in those others that I've talked about so far, you're not going to relate well in a real human relationship. If you're going to really have a loving relationship with somebody else, you better not be constellated under this. See, that's why we got to get around to the lover bit, because this person is very alone and wise. See? Okay. So let me close by saying the thing to do with this one, when you're analyzing yourself, is not to ask, if you've got this thing, but how's it organized in you? And not to ask if there's a shadow magus in you, because there is. Ask how. Always ask. It's like the question of sin for Christians. If you start asking if you're a sinner, you hadn't got the point. You ask, how am I doing this? So let me stop right there, and then we'll have questions and discussion. Just speak up. Yeah.
When I think of the Magus, I think of Milton Erickson, and I think of change agent and transforming.
Yes.
And I don't see Milton Erickson so much then as somebody who says, you need to ask yourself some questions, maybe you've gone too far. I was wondering if you could kind of address that.
Yeah, his power, Milton Erickson's power, was because of the way he constellated this archetype. But from stories I've heard about him, I got questions about how aware he was that he was in this archetype. Because a lot of the stories that you hear on the inner circles of people around Erickson give you pause. That is to say, see, I think when you're responsibly into this archetype, connected with this archetype, I should say, not possessed by it, you're more careful what you do to people's psyches. You don't go around passing out LSD pills. Here, have a few of these. And if you're really possessed by this thing, you sort of, if it moves, you give it a hypnotic suggestion. And that's really a wand. See, that's really the wand. It is, let me change the way you're perceiving things. See. And there's a lot of this. There are a lot of therapists that any therapist that pays a lot more attention to opening the can of worms that Robert was talking about, that pays a lot more attention to opening that can of worms up than he does in putting a little lid on it, is suspect to me. Because there's not a person in this room or listening to these tapes that does not have a chaotic core in their personality. And there's not a one of us that if we got in touch with too much of the stuff at one time would not find ourselves fragmenting. And so any therapist that's a little careless about pushing your archetypal buttons, you got to be suspect of, because they're into this dark side. It gives you an incredible sense of numinosity to be able to push everybody's buttons and not pay attention to what this is doing to them. This is what the Freudians call the analyst getting into their own grandiose self and not being aware of it. You really get into that grandiosity as a therapist, and boy, I'm enjoying manipulating this. Oh, look at this! Look what I can make this personality do. Wow! Let me try a few more techniques. Ooh, boy, those Gestalt techniques are powerful. Wow! And there's nothing wrong with Gestalt techniques, responsibly used. They're wonderful. But this is always the shadow side of any counselor. And we've constantly got to deal with the shadow side of this. Yeah, back here.
If the magus brings consciousness to a rise herd on the others, who rides herd on the magus?
Well, see, that's the problem. You see, in that Matter of Heart film, for example, von Franz is holding forth about the right kind of religion, putting down Christianity and recommending that alchemy is really the adequate religion. Well, there's a sense in which alchemy does, and the symbolism of alchemy does complete some of the incompleteness in Christian symbolism. There's no doubt about that. There's positive sides to that. But there's also, among Christians, and this is something that we bear as Jungians some thought about, there is also the archetype of the sacred community that gets very little emphasis. And we call that ecclesia, or the church, in Christian faith. And there is a parallel to this in all other religions. Now, why do you need a church? Is that just superfluous? A lot of people, and particularly a lot of very individualistic, introverted Jungians, tend to think it is. The only thing is, you're not thinking enough about containment. If you don't understand the necessity for the church, and you don't look closely enough at the temptations of grandiosity on the part of anybody into this archetype. It is frankly very, very dangerous to your mental health, to be a psychotherapist. Because on the one hand, if you're too much into this thing, you don't have a sense of your limitations. And you get burned by the energy that's flowing through you. And on the other hand, you get inflated and you have no one to call your hand. The church has always felt that, Robert said earlier this week that everybody can see your shadow better than you can. It's absolutely right. And since everybody's got one, everybody needs an institutionalized way of monitoring it. There is no such thing as a therapist who does not need ongoing consultation about their casework all the time. And the Lone Ranger therapist is the rule, and a lot of the mischief that comes out of psychotherapy, I said I'd say a word about sexual abuse in this context, and it is right here that this works. Because the part of the power shadow of the therapist is, without anybody looking into the sacred space, there's no limit on the grandiosity, the numinosity, the identification with the archetypal transference that can occur. And so the answer is that for most, in private practice, and even in institutions, very little controls are there. And the wisdom of the church has been that you normally have if you're a leader, you have a spiritual director and a confessor. And you've got somebody that you're monitoring this stuff with. And so that's the kind of thing we need to move toward. Now, in many places, I'm happy to say that the Jungian community has enough of the constellation of this communal reality and ongoing consultative relatedness that this kind of thing happens. That's the way it is in my experience in Chicago. I mean, there are a number of analysts, both male and female, in Chicago that I can call up and say, I've got to talk to you about a case, and do that. But it's something that has to be monitored. Yes?
It seems while you were talking about the church, and you said you used what I think is a little bit of an unfortunate term, institutionalization. But I was thinking how much this related in my mind to what Gertrude has been trying to tell us.
Yes.
I don't think she was talking about the church as an institution. I hope she's here so she can argue with me if I'm wrong. But I think she was trying to talk about the church in its traditional role of providing those containers, those rituals, those ceremonies, which in and of themselves are transforming.
Yes.
And I hope we heard her.
Yes, I think that's right. Now let me give a response. See, insofar as we're into our introversion, institutions sound sort of negative. But the fact is that there is a very positive side to institution, or it wouldn't exist. It wouldn't be evolutionarily selected for. And one of the main reasons for all forms of institutionalization has been in history to protect people against grandiosity run amok. That's what the formation of the professions and their professional codes of ethics were about. And the whole provision of regularization of containment has been one of the primary concerns throughout history. It does have its shadow side. That's what we're talking about when we don't like institutionalization, the shadow side of it. Other comments and questions? We got a few more minutes.
This archetype expressed in the Jones movement and the Mooney movement and others that we've seen in this.
Sure. The related archetypes, I meant to say a little bit about that. The related archetypes, Jungians talk a lot about the wise old man. Well, that's the magus. Just because a man is old is not the significant point. And so that misses the point, and we really ought to kind of correct that, because the emphasis on wise, and the word wizard comes from wise. So the wise old man is a wizard archetype. And that is related to the prophet archetype, contrary to what a lot of scholars will tell you. Prophets are deeply connected to this archetype. And priests are deeply connected to this archetypes. In fact, a lot of us think that a deep understanding of the mysteries of the Mass is really a practice of what used to be called white magic. See? So the priest, the prophet, the guru, the Swami, is a magician. And he's an initiate in higher yoga. And that is archetypally this thing. See? And wherever you get guru, you get chela. See, disciple. See? And we Jungians have to be really clear that we've got to be, if we're going to get conscious about one archetype, we ought to get conscious about this one, because it's so constellated. It was so constellated in Jung. It's no accident that Jung was so concerned to trace his own ancestry back to Goethe and Faust. I mean, we've got to be clear about Jung's own involvement with this thing and his struggle to try to keep this thing conscious, because we stand in Jung's shadow, literally and figuratively. And so this is something that will bear a lot of work for us all. We're out of time now. Thank you very much.
You are listening to a recording from the sound archive of the Jung Center of Houston Bookstore and Library. For more information about the Jung Center, visit our website at www.junghouston.org or call us at 713-524-8253. This recording was originally made to audio tape and converted to digital format. It has 2 parts. Part 1.
I go around lecturing a lot, and one of the topics that I have spoken on a lot is about this particular one, about love and the lover. I've been teased a lot. They say, "What are you trying to become, the thinking man's Leo Buscaglia?" But I go around and continue doing it anyway after they say that. Seriously, one of the painful things about being a psychotherapist or an analyst or a pastor, pastoral counselor, is realizing how difficult it is for people to love. This is one of the realities which is the hardest for us to face. And the thing that makes it even harder is when we begin to realize that this is true even when an individual wants badly to be able to love and to be loved. When that individual is aware that something is wrong in their capacity to give and receive love. So there's been a great deal of work on this whole issue that I want to share with you today. But I first want to, again, reflect with you on the archetypal background of this. And then I want to talk with you about some of the dynamics, developmental and otherwise, that we now believe are behind problems in loving. And then we'll talk about the positive expressions and negative expressions, shadow expressions of this archetype, and relate it to the others. One of the things that a lot of Christians today make fun of, or at least jest about a little bit, is the old hymnody, in which there was a sort of unabashed celebration of the love of Jesus and love for Jesus. If you think a moment about some of those old hymns, most of them you don't sing anymore. But if you'll think back, think of a few of the old ones which were sort of unabashed, sort of unashamed, sort of shameless in their sort of celebration of the love of the person with Christ and vice versa. I think particularly in this context of Jesus, lover of my soul. Yeah. And the one that's probably gotten the most laughs, but which, if you think about it in a deeper archetypal way, maybe it's not so funny, but that I come to the garden alone. And you could probably come up, can you think of others? Oh, how I love Jesus. What are some of the others?
Jesus loves me.
Jesus loves me. What are some of the others? Be shameless. We won't think that you actually sing these. Love that will not let me go. Oh, perfect love. Love divine, all loves excelling. Lover of my soul. There are many others. They've sort of faded away. Love lifted me. Kenny Rogers just redid that. Well, now, the interesting thing about this is that this is not something that just was an aberration in Christian history. If you begin to study other religious traditions, you notice that this same manifestation of love for the divine and of the divine is present in other traditions as well. Robert Johnson was talking to you about some of the erotic love poetry related to the god Shiva and his lover. And there is, let me recommend to you a Hindu poem from another Hindu tradition that you should look at. It's by a poet, a medieval Hindu poet by the name of Jayadeva. And it's entitled The Love Song of the Dark Lord. And it's about Krishna. And it discusses the intensity of the feelings between Krishna and his lover, Radha. And I thought about bringing it and reading some of it to you this morning, but I didn't want anybody to have a coronary this early in the morning. But I want to recommend that you get a copy of that and read it to get some sense for this archetype of the sacred lover, which is the archetypal background for what we're talking about today. course, the context, we need to think back. The context in Western culture and Christian culture for when these songs were so influential and so powerful was a very stark, depressive context. These hymns were written and were popular in a time in our culture when death was ever present, in a way even more stark than it is now. When many, many women died in childbirth, when there were no antibiotics, and when you had children, you didn't know how long you were going to have them at all. You had no real hope to have most of your family live to adulthood. And in the tradition in which so many of these things were popular, it was amidst great poverty. People that were experiencing great poverty and great hopelessness. And when the evangelical preachers came in preaching these kinds of messages about the love of God, it touched something in the souls of people. And there came an enormous, what you and I would call archetypal response to this idea of the love of God. A love that will not let me go. And then the images of Jesus, which are which are there for everyone in the Scriptures, but the images of Jesus, the great lover, began to come alive for people. And as we go today, I think we'll see something of the power of that great lover when it's constellated within us. If there is an archetypal lover within that really is powerful and intense and capable of releasing tremendous feeling and emotion and connectedness, why is it that so many people have so much trouble feeling it? You know, there are a lot of people that feel that it's just not in them. And when you speak with them about this, they will tell you when they're really feeling, when they're really going to be honest about this, they'll say, I feel dead inside. I feel like I'm just dead inside. Just like a block of wood. It's as if my heart is frozen. A lot of the time, people feeling like this will have dreams that have a lot of snow and ice in them. They will often dream that they are trapped in snow, or that there is an animal that is trapped in a snowbank, or that they go down in the basement and they're trying to find something, and they open a door in the basement and this icy wind comes out of the door. And the icy wind is so strong that it almost blows them over when they open the door. John Lacey mentioned to me one of the great images, archetypal images of the wounder who prevents loving. And it's the image of the Snow Queen in Hans Christian Andersen's tale. something happens to, in effect, freeze up the person's ability to experience this instinctual, inherited, archetypal potential. What is it? Let me divide my comments on the wounding of the lover into two parts. Now, let me first talk about what we know in analysis as pre-Oedipal wounding, which is the earliest. And then let me talk about wounding in the Oedipal period. Of all of these archetypes that I've been speaking about, this one is the one that's most constellated in the child in very early life. In fact, when the child enters the world, the child is pretty intact as a lover. Now, don't get me wrong. The child is pretty intact as a hater, too. But you know, the true self in people has a full keyboard of feeling. Think about your keyboard. How you doing? You know, some of us just have middle C. I've just had enough analysis. I can finally do a little boogie-woogie. But I wouldn't want to try to play any great symphony on my emotional keyboard yet. But I'm really serious about this. When the child comes, the child has a full keyboard. And the child tries to present this full keyboard of feeling to the parents early. And immediately runs into what? The child immediately runs into the wounded lover in both parents. In other words, if you have been terribly wounded yourself in your first loves, with your first lovers, your parents, then when that new soul comes enthusiastically toward you with his or her heart, you will shrink back. Because you learned very early in your life that love is a dangerous thing. In fact, it may be poison. It may be toxic. Especially yours may be toxic. And other people's may be toxic. And so sometimes the best thing to do is just to stay away from it. Stay away from other people's, quote, love, unquote. And by all means, protect them from yours. There are enormous numbers of people that feel that their love is poison, and that if they give it to someone, they will go away, or they will die, or they will be angry, or something bad will happen to the other person. So anyway, the child comes into the world with their full keyboard. They try to reach out and to be enthusiastic. That's one of our key words here. They try to be enthusiastic and joyful in their loving of the parent. And the parent, very often, all too often, the vast majority of parents have difficulty here with it. It's very interesting. More parents can handle the hate than can handle the love. The best place I can recommend to you for you to look here on this is in the work of Alice Miller. Her book, The Drama of the Gifted Child, and her other books, which talk about the very early pre-Oedipal wounding of the soul of the child. And of course, a negative response to the lover in the child is a very ugly thing. It is child abuse. See, child abuse doesn't have to be, frankly, physically violent or physically abusive. Probably the most widespread child abuse is just the cold, sadistic, withdrawing, envious attacks upon the new lover that parents bring to it in their unconsciousness. Now be clear, I'm not morally blaming parents for this because I have an axiom I operate on. All parents do their best. Period. All parents do their best. Very often it's lousy. But it is, in fact, their best because of the nature of the unconscious and because of the nature of the wounding that happens to us developmentally in our early years. We are all walking wounded from our early encounters. Some of us were luckier than others because our parents had been more fortunate. Some of us had parents that got themselves some good psychotherapy before we came along to break the cycle of generations, the cycle of pain and narcissistic wounding that goes on from generation to generation. But more of us didn't have that kind of experience. So in this very early period, the child will come out with a kind of a plea. See me and enjoy me. And very, very often they are met with eyes that do not see them and messages that you are a pain, not a joy. Now, of course, every child is a pain sometimes, and no parent can mirror the child perfectly. Mirroring is one of the technical words we use here, and it's something you should be aware of. The word mirroring is it's used technically in analysis now. It means that capacity to focus on that child, or on anyone else for that matter. Not on the way you want them to be, not on your projection, or your mental construction of the child as they ought to be in your mind, but on the child as they are. It is what I call the eye of blessing. It is the gleam in the parent's eye. The eye that, in that wonderful word, takes delight in. Now, if you learn nothing else this morning other than the importance of taking delight in, then I would be satisfied. If I can get across to you the importance of taking delight in. Because in this early period, a child's grandiose self, what you and I would call the archetypal self, is intact. It's not split off. It's not hidden away. It's not lost to the child. And they want to be seen and celebrated. And they are met with what may well be one of the most sadistic things in human experience, and that is boredom. Now, let me give you a little excursus on boredom. There is nothing that you can do that would be more constructive for your relationships everywhere in your life than to monitor those times when you yawn. I'm not kidding you. When you're sitting with a friend and they're talking and you feel this uncontrollable urge to yawn. You know, they're telling you something important, right? Did you ever have that happen? No. Are you therapists and counselors? Somebody is telling you something deeply painful or deeply meaningful, and your eyelids begin to be very heavy, and you struggle to stay awake. Now, there are therapists. Now, would you believe this? There are therapists, there are even analysts that go to sleep while their person is talking. And what is even harder to believe is that those analyzans keep going back. Now, let me tell you what's going on there. It's demonic. It's one of the most destructive things in human existence. What is going on is that we are seeing there the presence of the negative parental complexes full-blown, reenacted in that moment. Through a process, let me give you the technical word for it, and then I'll tell you what it means. There's this thing we call projective identification. And what it means is very simple. It means that I come in to see you. I'm your analysand. I come in to see you. I had horrible experiences in my earliest childhood of bored parents. Parents who, when I needed for them to see me, were bored. When I needed them to be excited about me, were distracted, busy. In fact, the more I needed them to be involved in and taking note of me, the more they went away. That sets up as an organization in the psyche. The Freudians call that an inner object. Freudians call that an introject. That's just another word for complex. So there's a negative complex, a negative parental complex around that experience of the bored parent. Now think about it. The antithesis of the lover is the bored person, right? That lives within you. And there is this fascinating demonic thing that works in relationships. sometimes you will find another person who is bored with you to form a relationship with. This is what we call the repetition compulsion. Very often we will marry persons who will mistreat us in the way that we have become accustomed to. So we will find a person who is bored with us to form a relationship with and marry. Because the psyche is still trying to work on this thing. What is this boredom here, see? So rather than remembering what it really was that started it and the pain that is associated with it when your beloved parent is bored with you, you just keep repeating it throughout life. If you're in graduate school, you won't find an advisor that is excited about you. You'll find one that's bored with you and your work. I'm just deadly serious. It's uncanny. If you've had this kind of experience, you cannot stand people who are excited about you. Because you do not have permission to have anybody be enthusiastic about you. And if you make the mistake of getting involved with somebody who is enthusiastic about you, you will do one of two things. You've already figured it out, right? You will try to train them to be bored with you. And if you can't train them to be bored with you, then you will very probably leave them for somebody else. Because you simply cannot handle someone who is enthusiastic about you. It gets your guilt feelings going too much. See? So in other words, you will find the bored person out there, and if you have a therapist, through this process of projective identification, you will try to put the bored parent into the analyst. That's what I will do. If you're my analyst, through this subtle, unconscious process, I will put this bored parent into you and get you to treat me just like I was treated in my earliest years. And then I will feel exactly like I felt then. Depressed, depleted, as if I am not significant, as if I'm hardly able to breathe, have no right to exist, so forth. And I'll feel that you are totally disinterested in me. And in Jungian analysis, what will I say? I'll say to you, well, I had this dream, but it's not a very good dream. In other words, it's not going to keep you from being bored with me. I'm serious. It's not good enough. If it were good enough, you wouldn't be bored with me. But I know that this dream is not going to get your attention and keep it. It's a painful thing to think about, and it's very widespread. Very widespread. But that's not the worst part of it. The other part of it is that when I leave you, I will get into that complex, and it will be like a contact lens that fits over my eyes, my emotional eyes, and I will become the bored person. And I will be bored with you. In fact, even if you're my analyst, I can become real bored with you. And you become little me, and I become the bored parent, see? That is, you're my analyst, and I project my little child onto you, and I treat you, the analyst, like I was treated. And I'll say, I'll communicate to you in effect, you're not doing much for me. And I'll look at the dreams and I'll say, this is not, it doesn't seem like we're accomplishing very much. This stuff is not really grabbing me. And there will be this boredom with the whole process. But what's really going on is you're seeing this early introject, this early parental negative complex manifesting. And it manifests constantly in every relationship. When you begin to monitor when you're bored, it will amaze you how much you yawn, how much you do not listen to other people. Notice when you're sitting with someone and they're trying to get your attention and you're looking away over at the other tables, or you're fiddling with your pen, or you're looking in your little book, or you're thinking about something else. What you're seeing there is it's not what it looks like. What you're seeing there is a replay of what you experienced in your very earliest years, the distracted parent. And that is still alive inside you. And you do it to people you're in relationship with. And then again, you try to find people who will continue to do it to you. That's the insidious thing, and that's one of the hardest things in the analytical process to begin to become conscious of. I teach my people that I work with always to monitor. And we will share with each other when we're starting to feel that thing come in to the room. And I'll notice the eyes begin to droop, in them or in me, and then we'll talk about it. What's happening here? What experience are we experiencing from your childhood, see? And people begin quickly to be able to pick this up. The word you need to associate with that is sadism. It's one of the most subtle, sadistic attacks upon the child that is possible, and upon the love and beauty and joy of the child. It is a vicious, sadistic attack on the child's natural, joyful lover inside. But in the unconsciousness of the moment, the parent is not aware at all of what is happening, usually. Now, when this happens, the child will not be able to get a sense of either themselves as a centered self or themselves as beautiful and something to be delighted in. And if that is the kind of wounding, there's a really good book on this that I want to recommend to you because I don't have enough time to go into it much more in this part of it. It's Nathan Swartz-Salant's book on narcissism and character transformation. It's one of those inner city books. And he goes in, this is what we talk about technically as narcissistic injuring, pre-Oedipal narcissistic wounding. And vast numbers of us have learned before the age of 3 that we are not lovable and that our love is impotent because it doesn't really elicit any response. I come running into you with my love, and it's like a lead balloon. No response. A child will only try that so many times, and then the lover goes away into the unconscious, and for many people, never to return. A similar and related thing, it's a little bit different, happens in the Oedipal period. This is that period when the child begins to feel their enormous strength and power again, if things have been good enough in the early days. And even if they haven't been good enough, still the child will come and will start feeling good, strong, affectionate, assertive. You've all seen them in this phase. I don't know whether I told you, did I, about the little boy who came into the room where I was one time, and his dad and I were sitting there, and he came in and he said, I'm going to have a BM so big. It's going to go down the Mississippi, and it's going to knock down all the bridges all the way to the ocean. His father was a better father than any I would have ever expected to see. He said, wow. You're feeling pretty good today, aren't you? Which was exactly the right response. Now, a lot of well-meaning parents would have said, get out of here, or, boy, you're getting, classic one, boy, you're getting too big for your britches. And this is also the period, and you've all seen this if you've been around children, where the little boy comes in and you're the pastor visiting, or you're a polite family friend or something. The little boy comes in, his penis is erect. He says, look, Mom, isn't this beautiful? Now, handling that one constructively takes some real presence of mind. Happens a lot. But this is what the Freudians talk about as the Oedipal phase, and there's no reason we shouldn't deal with it. It is the resurgence of these, what the energies that we were talking about earlier about related to the warrior as well. That assertiveness, the people that write about this a lot talk about the way in which it's the child's affection and the child's assertiveness coming right up on line in a phase-specific way. It's coming right up on line, and what should it find? It should find welcome and celebration. And when a little girl is feeling this kind of stuff, the mother ought to be able to take great pride in her. And when a little boy is feeling this stuff, the father needs to be able to not feel any competition, conflict about this, or at least to be able to just slough it off, and to take great pride in this emerging healthy masculine that the son is showing. But all too often, especially if there is a problem in the relationship between the parents, the parent at issue, the mother or the father, whichever one's the appropriate one here, will be jealous, cold, unresponsive, and give the child a message that no, this is not to be celebrated. We don't really welcome this here. Again, the business, that's really serious. You're getting too big, see? You're getting too enthusiastic. You're getting too affectionate. And it's getting out of hand here, and we don't like it. And when you get that kind of response, then you really have a heightening of what we call the Oedipal complex. And what will happen later in that little boy's life is that his healthy assertiveness will have turned into aggressiveness in a negative way, which he will often repress until it comes blasting out inappropriately.
This recording was originally made to audio tape and converted to digital format. It has 2 parts. Part 2.
Or he will repress it totally and not have any contact with it. It'll be lost away somewhere in his labyrinth. And likewise, his healthy affection expressed in his sexuality and his, what Robert Johnson would call that sensuous response to everything around and to himself and to the mother and to the father. If that's not met with celebration and enjoyment and delight, that will turn later in life very often into perverse forms of sexuality. One of the things that is painful to work with is a man whose lover was so damaged early in life like this that the only way he can make any contact with his inner lover is through pornography. It's so split off and broken up and fragmented that the only way he can touch it at all is through collecting pornography. There are many, many men who have large pornography collections and whose time when they feel most, and it doesn't amount to much, this contact with a lover is very, very marginal, but it's the only one they have, is when they go off in the bathroom or into their bedroom alone, wherever they keep their collection. And they get these things out, and they'll, I've worked so much with this, they get out their collection of breast. And they've got breast of this race. And they have breast of that race. Every conceivable shape and form and expression of breast. Then they'll turn to their collection of legs, and they will go through the legs and feel what they can feel. Now, what you are seeing here, and it goes on, every body part of a woman, every body part is filed. And I want you to turn off your revulsion on this and try to connect with the pain here. I want you to try to get in touch with what's happening to this man's soul, what has happened to him, that this is the only way he can love. Because there was a time when his soul wasn't wrecked, and he could love a whole object. But because of an early attack against him, that got broken all to pieces. And now it is like Egyptian mythology. The beloved is broken all to pieces. And he keeps trying to put her together. Now, what I do with that is, and they usually have great shame about this when they, in fact, a lot of the time they'll work with an analyst a long time before they will ever surface the even existence of this reality in their life. But then they'll bring this in to the eros container of the relationship they have with me. And then I will say, okay, show me the image and tell me the feeling. In a non-judgmental context, show me the image and tell me the feeling. And so we'll go over the images in this eros container. And what gradually happens because of the eros in the transference is that slowly the pieces begin to attach. And slowly the person is able to just gradually to feel larger portions of another person. And it's fascinating what happens in the sexuality, because usually with a person like this is back to the thing we were talking about earlier in the conference about the relationship between anima and sex. This person may be Olympic in their performance sexually, but never make love, because in this kind of wounding, you don't have another person in your psyche. There's no way for you to connect with another person because they've been broken all to pieces. You just relate to fragmentary persons emotionally. And gradually, what happens is that the man, as he slowly heals, the man will begin to feel a woman. He will gradually begin to be able to feel a woman that's not legs or breast or arms or vagina or whatever. He will begin to be able to sense that she is whole and a person. And for the first time in his life, be able to see any relationship between love and sex. See? Now, there are many other forms that this fragmentation takes in sexuality, but I really don't have a lot of time to go into that. But I can just summarize by saying that whenever you get any kind of perverse forms of sexuality, it is not something that we should be morally judgmental of at all. Because what you're seeing is a fragmented self who was horribly wounded in the very earliest years in the capacity to love. The integrated, joyful lover was broken up and terribly wounded. And the struggle of that person to try to love, try to feel alive, try to feel joy, try to feel celebration is one of the saddest things you will ever encounter. There was an article that I'd recommend to you in an issue of Psychology Today that was about this type of personality. It was just entitled, Why Some People Cannot Love. Why Some People Cannot Love. Now, what are some of the tips to tell you whether this part of the psyche is constellated in you or not, the lover, the archetypal lover? Well, I've given you the basic clues so far. And that is the capacity really to enjoy the other person. The capacity really to see their beauty. The capacity for you to see your beauty. Now, it's a quiet moment when I'm lecturing to a group of men, you know. Got all these men in the room, you know. And I start talking about that. Freaks them out. I say, do you have any idea how beautiful you are? And that's not a thought that's ever occurred to them, really, most of the time. And it's a clear mark of this early wounding. Most people, and it's not just men, most people do not have any contact with their beauty, with their real exquisite beauty. And the people that parade themselves as being God's gift to the world are really the ones that have the least sense of it. It's compensatory. So it's the capacity to see the beauty in the self, the beauty in your feelings of love and enjoyment, and the beauty in the other. You know, the stories of Jesus in the Gospels are replete with this. I recommend that you look back through the Gospels and you think about Jesus, the great lover. When Jesus looked around him, he took delight in people. When he looked at what other people would consider boring and ordinary, he saw promise and great potential. He took delight in people. And the power of experiencing those eyes that saw and celebrated and took delight was incredibly transformative. Incredibly transformative. And every one of us here today has got that power. And you use it a lot of the time, too, more than you may know. One of the things that I try to do before I see any analysan is I try to remind myself about these things. And I try, if I do nothing else during an hour with someone, I try to enjoy them. I feel that if I do nothing else during a session than enjoy them, then it will not have been a waste. Hopefully we'll do more. But if I can enjoy them, it is probably something that they've had very little of in their lives. Now let's look at how this relates to these other archetypes. You see, a person who is too much constellated in the king and doesn't have enough of this consolidated lover within, that person will not be able to see anybody else. Their message, because of their own wounds, their own early narcissistic wounds, is see me. It's not my business to see you. You see me. And of course this person got it honest, because they were not. The person that is dominated by this king archetype and is narcissistic did not get enough mirroring as a child. But now they cannot take delight in anybody else. The contract is, look, if you're going to relate to me, you adore me. See? Either you adore me or we don't relate. That's the way it is. It's not my job to adore you. You're not that important. In fact, you're really kind of boring. Have you ever... Pay close attention, because this type of personality will never focus the conversation on you. They will always find some way to have the conversation around them. Something they did, something they've got, something they're going to do, something they're going to have. See? Their illness, their latest operation, whatever, but it is clear that this is supposed to be a deal where you look at me and you talk about me and my stuff. And if you tend to be sort of into the servant, helper kind of place, you will find yourself just mirroring these people, and they'll think you're the most wonderful person in the world. Right? Think about it. Oh, that person is just so wonderful. Well, what they mean is they are a mirror. And you begin to get wise to this after a while. After a few years, it occurs to you that they have not in that entire time ever asked you anything about you. Mm-hmm. So the lover in that person is just shut off. And again, remember, it's not moral. You can't morally blame them, because it got shut off under great attack early. If that person could have the lover in them constellated, then that shadowy aspect of that part of the king would change, and they would be able to be the good king. You see, what makes the good king what he is his capacity to be in touch with that great lover. Because the good king is not all that self-serving. He takes delight in everybody and everything around him. See? Notice that. He takes delight in them. It's the father who takes such delight in the children. He takes delight in the wife. Takes delight in those people with whom he works. And it's a strong love. It's an empowering love. See? It's that great, powerful, fatherly, paternal blessing that so few of us ever got. Now, what about the warrior? Well, see, the warrior, when a person is possessed by the warrior, they're insulated against any possible feeling of delight in somebody else. See? If you're a soldier killing women and children at My Lai, you cannot have any access to your feelings of delight in the beauty of those little Oriental children. See? And the beauty of those people in general. And what happens to the warrior when the warrior is able to get this part of the self constellated, where the lover is coming online, so to speak, and begins to organize in the personality and begins to regulate the warrior. See, it's all a matter of regulation, inner regulation. Well, the warrior begins to be able to use those energies to care for and to protect and to build up the relationship with other people. Let's face it, being in a relationship requires a lot of discipline. It requires a sense of duty, and it requires courage. Nothing requires more courage than being in a relationship. Because it's in a relationship. See, until you really get in a relationship, you don't confront your really crazy stuff. Really. It's amazing. Have you ever noticed? As long as you don't care anything about anybody, you function real well. Once you start loving them, all these things start coming out of the woodwork. And you know what it is? It's the early wounds. The moment you start to love, it is the early experiences with love that you had and your fear around them that come out. Because you're deathly afraid that it's going to happen to you again. And it takes enormous courage and enormous willingness to risk to try to give it a chance to see if you can really be loved better than you were. So if you don't have that warrior, you won't try again. You just won't try. And if you do have the lover regulating your warrior, the warrior will be humanized. He will not be a killing machine. He won't seem to be a robot. He will have a sense of balance and of human values. He will not be a Nazi. Now, what about the magician? You know, I said that the magician, the person that's organized in the magician, is very often manifesting a tremendous amount of schizoid traits. Really detached, really hidden away. And of course, here again, we see a clue as to why they are. Why are they so detached? Why are they voyeurs? See? Again, it's because of early wounding in this psychic reality, the reality of the lover. So very often, a therapist will seek to get the lover satisfied through their work. A lot of the time, this is what happens when you see the sexual abuse of people in therapy. because the person is so wounded and so afraid, so limited in this area of the life that they can't really go out and work on having a personal life beyond their therapeutic relationships. Of course, this is very tragic. And as I mentioned to you yesterday, a lot of the time so-called seductiveness on the part of persons in therapy is an attempt to make some sort of contact with that inner lover in the therapist that is wounded. It's terribly wounded. If the lover can be constellated in the personality of the therapist, the person carrying the magician archetype, then you won't get so much expression of the shadow magus. Because power will be balanced with eros. The individual will be able to feel in a similar way to what we're talking about with the king and the warrior. The individual will be able to feel the human reality of the other person and to care what happens to them. The individual will be able to truly enjoy the person that they're working with. Will be able to be empathic with them on the human level. That's a big word in analysis now, empathy. And it sounds so tame, but it's so hard to do. To be able, it means to really to connect. And so this archetype of the lover really is the one which humanizes all the others. Without it, the others have no feeling, have no capacity to connect. They're detached and aloof, or attacking and not trusting. If this thing is constellated, the individual can feel the other person whole, as a whole object, we say in analysis, and that simply means as a whole person, flesh and blood, that is delightful. Now there's a shadow side to this thing too, of course, and you all are familiar with it. There are people that are organized around this and live this thing out, and it possesses them too. And you already have a handle on this, so I don't have to spend a lot of time on it, but it's a parallel to Aphrodite, an Aphrodite woman. It's like that country song, a man that's in this says, big or little or short or tall, I wish I could have kept them all. Lord, I loved them every one. I think that's Eddie Rabbit. Let me see if I can give him credit. Eddie Rabbit, that's right. So there's sort of the Don Juan side of the shadow part of this. And of course, like Aphrodite, I mean, it's truly taking delight in. And it's truly seeing the delightfulness of the other, and that's not really phony. I mean, when this thing is constellated, you really see how beautiful people are. And when it's present there in the personality, you're not just going to see one beautiful person. I mean, everybody's going to glisten a lot for you. And the fact of the matter is that if this thing is really constellated in you, you may get a little scared you're bisexual. Because you're going to see how beautiful everybody is. what delights they are. The only way I can communicate the way this really works when it's constellated in somebody is read some poetry. Get a hold of Walt Whitman. Read Walt Whitman. You get a little sense of the archetype of the lover. Just read his poetry in which he is savoring somebody. And then savoring somebody else. See? Now remember, this is an archetypal reality, and what we typically do with that sort of thing is really say, oh, that's not really anything of substance. You know, this is merely a histrionic personality, and they are not really loving. But I think that's unfair. I really believe that what's happening is the same thing that's happened on the others. They are experiencing an archetypal reality, and they are having this experience of being able to delight. And if you don't have other things working in your personality, this is just going to run off with you, literally. And so look, what you need. If a man has got the king constellated sufficiently and he runs into this, at least he's got some centeredness. He's got a centeredness about him. He has some sense of wider responsibility. And he's not as easily fragmented by the pull of his delight. He can still take great delight, but it doesn't run amok with him, you know. And again, if he has the warrior constellated, he's got a really tremendous capacity for discipline and a sense of duty. And though he can feel this wondrous sense of the beauty of everything around him, again, it doesn't possess him. He's able to access it, to use it, but not have it run away with him. And again, if he has the Magus constellated, and he starts, and he's a devoted husband, you know, and he's out in one of his conferences for his business or whatever, and he meets a beautiful woman who is absolutely a delight, and of course she really is. She really is beautiful, and she really is a delight. And it's not phony at all. But his Magus will say to him, Merlin will walk up to him and say, tug on him and say, hey, pay attention to what's going on here. And he'll hear Merlin whispering in his ear, and he'll say, yeah. And I can affirm she's beautiful, she's wonderful, she's a lovely person, but I'm not going to seduce her or try. See? Because he has these things regulating him. He's got these things that balance that enormous capacity for delight. And of course, the hard thing is that if you're one of the persons that was the most wounded early, then the stronger this thing's going to come on when it comes on. The more balancing you need. Okay. We're about to run out of time here. Let me stop there and take a few questions. Yes?
You mentioned how the inner lover can be split, fragmented through pornography. Can you make any comment when it can only be experienced through pedophilia?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't mean to say that it was split through pornography. I meant to say that the obsession with pornography is a manifestation of what is already split. And pedophilia is another example. In that case, probably it's more specific, in my view, it's more specific in that it is a attempt to act out this scene with the child that the person is. my guess is that in pedophilia, that the child that one is attempting to act out love to is the self. The self of the person is projected on the child, and then there's an attempt to connect with it. That's a repetition compulsion. I mean, in fact, I think one of the ways you can think about child abuse, child sexual abuse, is in this way. Both in terms of the erotic, affectionate aspect of the abuser, which is there a lot of the time, and also in the abusive, sadistic side of the abuser. Because the sadistic side of the abuser repeats the sadistic side of the parents or whoever abused the person in childhood. And the affectionate side represents that thing for which the child longed and didn't get as a child, or did not get sufficiently. Yes?
If a man is unable to hold of life and unable to consummate himself in marriage, is that a symptom of?
You mean actually literally to hold or to
hold without pushing away?
Oh, yes.
And then to be able to...
Can you hear that?
No, repeat the question.
If a man is unable to hold his wife and pushes her away physically and is unable to consummate the relationship, is that related to that? Do you want to say anything else about it? Certainly, that is a repetition compulsion. What you're seeing enacted there is exactly what was done to him early on in life. And the hope in a situation like that is for that person to get some sense about why it is they find being close to be so toxic. Now, let's be honest. Every one of us has got a part of us that feels that that's toxic. That's in the shadow usually, but there's that sense that I am poisonous. You know, if you get close to me, you're going to get stained. See? But if we've been fortunate, then we can overcome that and still move toward being close. But it's a difficult thing if you've really been horribly wounded. Yes?
Could you comment on how the troubadour relates to the lover, and especially in Canticle Song of Songs in the Old Testament?
Yes. Well, I thought that whole discussion that Robert gave us on the troubadour was related to this, and in an interesting way. It is a development historically of the capacity to get in touch with these cherishing feelings. You know, this has been a historical development too, in terms of wider things. And that's another word. So you should work with these words: to cherish, to be able to cherish, to take delight in, to be able to savor, to be able to appreciate delicately and gently. All those things developed during that period somewhat, but notice it split off from sexuality there. And of course the goal in terms of the development of eros is for the body to be seen as not split off from all of this gentle delight, because actually the body is a way of appreciation, a way of celebration, a way of taking delight in the other, and in an ecstatic way. And yet the wounding in that is massive in our culture. And there's so much shame around it. And it goes back to early wounds. If your mother did not find you physically delightful when you were in your first year, then it's going to be difficult for you to find yourself to be physically delightful in your 40th year. See? Yes, John.
I delight in the way that you use country music songs, and I think this is probably the repository of our current mythology. I think there are a lot of people who live their lives out based on the text of country music songs. I wonder whether, in your experience, is this a case of nature imitating art, or is art an expression of the current mythology?
Yeah.
You obviously have been working in that.
Oh, yeah. I've spent a lot of time doing research on that, field research. I used to be a country rock musician in another incarnation, I think. But I have made progress on this and sort of integrating, and I did sell my Cadillac convertible. But seriously, what you hear in the country ballads so often is real sadness. You hear this sense of what might have been, see, and that picks up on something deep within all of us, and that is we know that there's more there. And we know that there was one time, sometime in our life that we touched it. And we keep longing for that, see. Well, the good news is that we're all wired archetypally for the healing of this ability within us, for this capacity within us. That was the source of the incredible power of Jesus to heal, because he was a great lover. He was a great lover. And you all have that capacity archetypally to bring healing through the constellation of this in your own personalities. I've got to stop right there. And thank you very much for your sharing with me during this conference.